All right, let's go ahead and party. Wow, how's it going, everyone? Starting in mimic mode because of someone. How's it going, nerds? Welcome, 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 welcome. Let me say hello to everyone. How you doing? How you doing, Matthew? How you doing, Zetai? Congratulations on your... Oh, sorry, so Jay got first. My bad. It was an order of operations. How you doing, Jay? Congratulations on your first. How you doing, Zetai? I want to make sure I properly attribute that. And also... supremely nice for you, Matthew. Hell yeah. And how you doing, Shark Ray? And how you doing, Nobody? And I think we got... How you doing, Big Gun? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Start stream. I'm wearing a... Listen, I'm wearing pants and I'm wearing an apron. That does not make me an undressed harlot. I do not know what you're talking about. All this slander. All the slander. And let me see. And how you doing, Jedi? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? I'll claim to be a dressed harlot. That's fine. Don't you dare call me an undressed harlot, though, because that's lies. It should just be... this is interesting. An interesting thing to bring up, because I was actually kind of going with the new outfit. I'm kind of actually looking to get, like, somewhere kind of, like, halfway between both, if that makes any sense. It's like a little less crisp than Hey, there we go. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So, these are the lads. I showed them a little bit on screen. These are for Turnip28 for a cult called The Swelling. Specifically, this is like a... this is a magnetized tray, like there's sheet metal under there. And it's not super apparent because they don't stick that well, but it lets me do, like, if I do this... Oh no, he fall down. But if I do this... When the magnet overlap, he don't fall down. I see his feet. You're not... Listen, I know you're clever ruse. You're trying to get feet for free. I will not allow that. I will not allow that in this household. Nothing else move. I mean, yeah. I mean, I have pants. I do got pants. Except this. It's like a big, heavy. Because it's got some like spackle in here too. Or not? No, it's spackle. Yeah. Like relatively chunky. Yeah, I think people forget that in mimic mode I got the big fucking talons. I got the big old fucking talons. Yeah, see, I know shit. I'm aware. I am aware. Hopefully you guys are having a good time though. Yesterday was I would say overall in the grand scheme of things pretty good. So Elfmobile update. Good news. It was in fact the starter. Elfmobile is back in action. Yippee. Bad news. Expensive. Not too bad though. Like I'm not gonna be having like water soup, but it is an unfortunate. It was unfortunate. But then I worked on. I got home. Oh, check this out. I gotta try. Oh, let me mute this stupid fucking ad break thing. There we go. I gotta try out Noosh. So these are, you guys have probably seen me have these around. These are those like Gambians or whatever. Oh no, my apron. Egads. Hey, at least you could. Oh, I forgot those automatically. I forget. At least you could find those though. At least you could also do them. There we go. Just a hint of pant. There we go. But yeah, I used some Noosh stuff, and also thank you, Charlie, for the stuff. Thank you. It will be spent well. Thank you. I did a bunch of these actually, so now I got like a whole bunch of like. It turned out pretty good. So for context, Noosh is like a way to fake oil washes with acrylics, because it's basically like a mixture. It's a mixture you add into acrylic paint to decrease the dry time. So like, it gives them sort of like the properties of oils. Why is that so drippy? The plan is to do all these lads with like a layer of this like light brown, and then I will go back and hit them with a white. This is actually going to be like probably a pretty easy project. A lot of this is like, well, I just want to make sure I get it done. So doing projects on stream gets them done. But it'd be like that though. It'd be like that. But yeah, I'm glad you found a reference, because like that happens a lot of times where VTubers are like, I don't like, they don't put the references up very much. And like, I will say, for all my faults as a VTuber, whenever there's like a very easy, like actionable thing to fix, I usually do. I usually do to some degree. But it's like, oh yeah, references are hard. I'm like, okay, I'll make my references easy. Found the lads. Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean garlic hiss? Oh yeah, you're doing vampire stuff. It's tragic because I love garlic. Garlic good. Garlic life. Garlic love. But yeah, this is like this is definitely like a project that was created by the car troubles. 14. Welcome, how you doing? Oh, there we go. That's a way better consistency. Yippee! Let's go. Signed Vampire 23. Well, why 23? Why 23? The missing clothing. Everybody redeemed literally every reward. I don't know what's happening here. It'd be like that. Yes. Yeah. You listen. I heard you loud and clear. Everyone was like, "Hal, we appreciate that you do fantasy and sci-fi, but where's your World War II army?" And I was like, "Okay, fine, I'll do it." And then I'm doing this. No, I think I mentioned a couple of times if I ever do a World War II army. I think I like the idea of doing a partisans army, but like that's such a minor thing on any potential project list that it might as well not exist. Though speaking about things that are on the project list, I got my Saturnine boys in. Yeah, they boy howdy. So I got them in when I got back yesterday, after I like got my car back up and running and did the laundry I meant to do on Friday, and I opened that box. I opened that box and I was like, oh boy, that's I like building models. All the people who do the Horus Heresy model building are insane. Like the only thing in there that doesn't look like it's gonna take like eons to build is the like fucking turret battery, which I actually did want to put together. So things will start trickling out of that box when I get time for things to start trickling out of that box. Oh, so that wasn't like an arbage. See, I thought you were doing a thing to like I became like a goth at 23. Because that's also not that unusual to be like I decided to, I went to college and then I saw a vampire LARP. To this day I kind of wanted to, like, it's tricky because like every time I go to MagFest, it's mostly just an excuse to like hang out with people I already know. But I know that they do vampire LARPs there, and at some point in my life, I need to do at least one. I feel like as a TRPG guy, and as just like a weirdo, I feel like I should do a vampire LARP at least once. You know? Oh, you actually had the actual phase of 23. I got you. Oh, that fuck. One sec. Reminds me I need to reply to things. There we go. I'm super bad at replying to DMs, so I was like, oh yeah, that's the thing I gotta reply to. Actually eat it. Oh yeah, yeah. It's like one of those things. Oh, hey, how you doing? How you doing that? Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? I'm working on garlic creatures today. I can't. Let's see. Okay, I can do a chef's kiss, but I have to go back to this real quick. Kiss. There we go. Gen Con is a lot of fun. If you have the option to go to Gen Con, I would strongly recommend it at least once. No, you know. But yeah, Gen Con is a lot of fun. I've been there twice, and I'll say how you doing, Zekril. Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? I'm painting garlics. This is funny because like these are like, so like I love all the minis I do and everything. These are really funny to me because they're the most like arts and crafts minis. So it's like, what goes into this? This is a 3D printed garlic bulb. Okay, something I recognize. Then we have like little pearl stickers. Okay, that's odd, but sure. And then I got cork, and then I got plaster, and I got texture paste, and I got little twigs. And it's like, this is mostly just like this is, you could just have this as an arts and crafts project. It would be fun for the whole family to put this mini together. You should. I would say, so going one day is really tricky. In my personal advice, if you go for one day, limit the time you're in the dealer hall. And you're like, Gen Con has a dealer hall that is almost worth going to on its own. I have been to Gen Con once with friends where the only thing we did for 1 to 2 entire days was go to the dealer hall. It is just infinite time spent, and your money will explode. Now, that's not necessarily like a bad thing. You know, dealer halls are kind of the fun part of that conventions, and Gen Con does got some rare shit. But if you're going for one day, it's not going to feel like, oh, I went to a convention. It's going to be like, oh, I went to a big fucking like TRPG market, which once again, potentially cool. Like that's not like necessarily a bad reason to go. But I don't know if it's going to feel right. I feel like I've heard of Gary Con, but I don't hear people talk about it much. So I don't know exactly what goes on there. I do like conventions though. I'm also excited. Apparently, there is a East Coast VTuber convention manifesting called On Key. I think I don't know. It's in a really weird state where I mostly just see people talking about it on Twitter, and I don't know if that like, you know, startup conventions, like fresh conventions are an interesting animal. On one hand, like, you know, every convention has to start somewhere. And sometimes, like, you know, you get that when you get on that ground level, you get like, oh, these are like passionate individuals who are seeing an idea manifest. But the alternative is you end up with DashCon, which basically it's been old enough that I don't know how much people know about that. A long time ago, back in sort of like the heyday of Tumblr, Tumblr was like, why don't we do a convention ourselves? You know, a convention for Tumblr people. We're all fun people. And then they did it was just very poorly managed. Like, it was like they just didn't have a lot of money, and a lot of the money they did have was like misspent. They promised people to they promised guests that there was going to be, I think it was like Steel Draft, or I don't know. It's like those one, oh, thank you for the glasses for real nerd hours. It was like, I think it was like these like guys who are kind of do like, sort of like kind of robot-y, steampunky stuff. I've heard them before. They've always just kind of been like, okay. Yeah, you probably would have heard about them from the ball pit because they just, you know, they just didn't have money after a certain point and they couldn't really do anything. So they're like, okay, here's a ball pit. We could get a ball pit. Supposedly someone pissed in it too, and I was not there for this. Like, I was just some like broke ass kid in college when I was hearing about all this. I was like, oh god, okay. There's a couple of good exposés on DashCon because, like, you know, it's sort of now sort of like the example of like when a bunch of nerds get together and they're like, why don't we just do a convention ourselves? And it's not necessarily like you can't. It's just that, like, you know, there are costs to be paid and stuff like that. Oh yeah, welcome to the Night Vale. Yeah. That's been a podcast that people have been telling me to listen to for years. I've listened to like little bits of things, but just never enough to like really like truly really get in there. Yeah, it was just like a clusterfuck because I think wasn't it was like the automated giraffe or whatever. I cannot remember the name of that band to save my life. Uh, Either they or the Night Vale guy, I believe, was like not really actually realizing that they were supposed like people were told that one of those two would show up, and then the actual guest was like, I don't know what you're talking about. No one told me about this. Like we have like someone you can book. Like we do this kind of thing, but no one paid us or told us about this. How you doing, Minito? How you doing? Ingus Chungus? What do we to nerd games? Oh yeah, how's your big Chungus quest? I guess. Oh, these little lads. Yeah, that's definitely gonna need some light. Steam power giraffe. Thank you. I was like, okay, I know vaguely that there's something metally going on with them, but I don't know. They were like, I'll wait till this is back open. This is just like a base coating layer. I don't actually know if airbrushing will change a whole lot about this. They stole the, like, there was a couple of times when they were like, hey everybody, listen, we ran out of money, we need to do like an at the con fundraiser. And you know, the thing is, a lot of people were like excited. Like there was a reason why this got as far as it did. There was like a sort of like, I'm not going to say like Tumblr was like the bastion of optimism, but generally a lot of the people were kind of like the quirky nerd types of like a certain persuasion that were like, yeah, we'll do our part. We're having fun. This is neat. Just DIY spirit. I can get the DIY spirit aspect and everything. Hey, let's go. Some of my group is going to be building Kuja. I'm pretty excited to see that in action because I do like me some black mages. Trying to run a few. Hey, there we go. Yeah, I mean, like that. Running demos at cons is like is a good way to get your game out there. Like it's like one of those things that you do it purely for the love of the game too, because like there's like, you know, no real like financial or like social advantage for that. Just like, yeah, I want people to play the game I like. And that's I enjoy that very greatly. How you doing, Lana? How you doing? We're talking about DashCon, and it's like, you know, yeah. Is that even with damage doublers, or you just have that many wizards? I could see both, or maybe just like one harmonic prodigy that just goes to town. So the thing is, I think I have enough stuff for Kuja, but I decide not to because anytime I'm like getting ready to build a deck, and then someone's like, "Oh, I'd actually like to do that," I pivot away hard. Yeah, I'm painting technically no turnips, but all garlics. But yeah, these guys are all going to be for Turnip28. I'm doing some like base coats so that ways I can go back and do some dry brush. I'm very much expecting this to be a day where I get a bunch of these guys done in one go, and then I can run a new turnip army for the shop. And then, you know, I got some desk buddies that could also use some love. Like I still got my Lord of Contagions that need some paint and whatnot. So if I can get all this done today, that would be cool. And if not, I'll get far enough. Technically, this also comes with a series of roots that you're supposed to like put on the table. So basically the idea of the swelling, it's like you drop this on the table, and then as the turns progress, I just have these little candles on my desk. So just pretend these candles are tentacles. You're like, okay, this is where the swelling starts. And then I'm going to go like 1 tentacle, 2 tentacle. And if they touch your, like if they can't actually touch your opponent's creatures, but they get close, they have to make dangerous terrain tests or they die. And in addition to that, they are just now rough terrain now. And specifically, your cult makes dealing with rough terrain much harder. Though you also have some units that are immune to rough terrain. So you like plop that like in like either your opponent's starting area or probably more likely like dead center of the table. And you just make it like a huge inconvenience to move around the battlefield while you have a bunch of guys who like don't really have any offensive potential. Like they're like, these guys are the guys who are immune to rough terrain. And they're like incredibly like shitty attack wise, and actually not that they're not that bad. They're just kind of inaccurate, but they're not like terrible. But you only got 6 dudes. They can't ever really have guns, but they come back when they die too. So you just run a bunch of distraction pieces. It's really neat. I would so Turnip is an interesting game mechanically, where it's like the neat thing is I would say for like mechanical pluses. There's no points. Basically, you pick 4 units and you get 4 units. and those are determined by either for like the same starting pool that everyone shares, or like 1 or 2 unique units per cult. This also means that like your cult determines a lot of how your army runs. So it's not like 40k where it's like your army rule could just be flavor text. A lot of your cult rules determine sort of like how you're going to be playing and what you get access to. There's a lot of kind of like everyone in the game is kind of inherently shitty. So there is a bit of sort of like incompetence, whimsy, where it doesn't feel as bad when you just like whiff a bunch of attacks. Also, the rules are free and online, and they're updated, and there's just like new stuff being added to it. I think those are all like pretty nice perks of Turnip. I do like Turnip a lot because it is a fun thing to like craft in. It's also like a very fast game too. Once you know the rules, I've done games and like, depending on how like, you know, how much planning and how the dice go, anywhere from like 30 minutes to an hour for a full size game, which is like 4 units and like 3. You have basically 4 units and then 3 leaders on the table to lead them. You'll notice there's a mismatch there. It's because specifically one of your guys is not going to be like, you activate a leader, you have them activate a unit nearby. And that gives them sort of like certain commands. And you can activate without the leader, but you have to do that after all the leaders have activated already. And if you fuck up, there's a chance that you do like an environmental fuck up, which is a bigger, like really catastrophic thing. Like your guys might eat themselves to death if you don't have a leader directing them and you roll poorly on the blunder roll. How you doing, Baconator? How you doing? Welcome. We're in a Daggerheart. Yeah, I saw Daggerheart at like one of my local shops, and I almost picked it up, but I got I think I got Vossen instead. No, I think I got like Dragon Heart or something else. It was a game I picked up for my birthday, and I just have not got around to looking at yet because time. But yeah, I don't know, because like I know Daggerheart's big thing was that like the Matt Mercer crew are behind it. Otherwise, I've kind of heard it's whatever. But you know, I will give most games a shot. Like if it's like, what's it called? Like the nice thing I will also say too, modern RPGs at their worst are just kind of bland and lacking. Like a lot of older RPGs are like, if they're bad, they're like mechanical monstrosities. They're like 600 pages, and you're like, what? How do I roll an attack roll? So they put attack rolls on page 32, and they put how you do damage rolls on page like 147. But if you don't read this rule that's on page 263 during character creation, you're never going to figure out how combat works. Like, luckily, formatting has evolved, and like the mechanics, like basically like the mechanics of writing a easy to read book are now well understood, which does help quite a bit. Yeah, I own a couple that are like that. I have Rifts. I own a copy of Cinnabar, which I love as like a thing that I own. Like it's a fun part of my RPG collection. It's like that. I have like a couple of fun games. I have that. I have Eoris. I have 2 different versions of Exalted, which is a game that I wish was better. I wish Exalted was better because conceptually I like a lot about Exalted, but running it was like, I remember running 2nd edition Exalted. Sorry, I didn't run. I was a PC in a 2nd edition Exalted game, and the GM is alright. Like this is back in like 2010, maybe like 2011, and even then they're like, okay, so you're gonna want this specific web builder to build your character. And I was like, what? They're like, yeah, here you go. Sorry. Oh yeah, I know they're doing like a Grimm kind of system that I've vaguely heard about and I've not looked into since, unless they're changing from that. I do remember Godbound. I looked at Godbound and I was like, this is cool, and then just like never got a chance to play it just because no one near me wanted to play it. Unfortunately, a fate of many cool TRPG I find. My shelf is littered with games, and I'm like, oh, this is cool. Hey, would you guys want to play this if I ran it? And they're like, no, we're good. My group has, I do mention though, my group has gotten way more adventurous as we've aged. So we've currently still been on that superheroes kick, and we will likely be for some time. But I'm happy that there's an attempt is being made now. That's been nice. That has been nice. Because prior to that, it was just like, is it Pathfinder or Space Pathfinder? No, we're good. I didn't know how you doing. It's me, the Garlic Man. No, this is garlic. This is garlic. I'm What's it called? Yeah, I was actually not aware that Godbound had a physical. For some reason, I thought that was a digital only. But yeah, I'm doing a layer that I will eventually dry brush over. So that if you're wondering like why I'm painting my garlic like a light brown, it's because this is just gonna be like an undertone. So how you doing, Splortez? What's the so? I fought the Swill cult once. That one seemed pretty neat. I'm actually putting the one where you like have like the Swill ships and you like regenerate dead dudes. I have some models set aside for that I basically had them on my airbrush station ready to go for like a month, and I have not done anything with them. Actually, no, a little older than that. I've been slowly putting together this video for like since August, and I'm like, oh god, taking a hot minute. Yeah, these are just gonna be for the swelling. I basically have a magnetized sheet that I want to put them on. Ghostbusters RPG is fun. I played a one-shot of that where I was actually not the DM. That was if anyone remembers Vtuber Power Nelson, absolute rad lad. He was running the Ghostbusters RPG. That's a lot of fun. Nelson's a good lad. I should see what he's up to. Unfortunately, I lose track of people really easy, and it's not their fault, it's mine, because I'm like a very passive friend, and that, like, you could not talk to me for years, and I would still be, like, totally the same level of friendship, but it also means I don't put nearly as much work in maintaining contact with people. How you doing, Meister Miller? How you doing? I'm working on some garlic, lads. Yeah, it's a weird double-edged curse, Falcon, same. It's hard because, like, technically being a low-maintenance friend makes you, like, you know, very, very easy to deal with, and like there's like very low drama, but it also does mean that like if I'm not actively prodded, I can just like lose track of people, and it's kind of a shame. Yeah, I mean, a friend of mine in my turnip group has gotten into the hobby of doing his own bookbinding, and I can't imagine that they're selling that Ghostbusters TRPG enough that like you would get in trouble. Bookbinding your own copy might be fun. That might be a fun thing to try. You could give that a go. I feel bad though, because said friend is like a cool guy, and like his binding's really, really good, but he's been doing bookbinding for Turnip28 and Trench Crusade, which are living systems that every now and then will get an update, and he's like, well, shit. And like he knows they're updating, but like it's sometimes just the cadence that the updates happen. They'll be like, well, there is like no update for like 6 months. I'm probably good to make a bound copy of this, and it's like, oh, we did a big update. It do be like that. Did I just miss an update? I'm sorry if I just missed an update. If you are somebody from the YouTube following, thank you. Probably what happened if I did not catch it on my little sidebar doodly. Yeah, it's tricky, especially if you have a low maintenance friend group that like sometimes I think for me like a good friend group does require one like high maintenance friend, which normally you'd be like normally you would be like, oh, I don't like a high maintenance friend, these are the worst. So yeah, the lumps are the eyes. The eyes are just disguised. The one that I purposely gave no eyes is a joke. Here we go. All of these guys, these are like pearl stickers that I use to be eyes. They're gonna be painted black. What I'm doing now is I'm base coating. I eventually want to, when they're all layered up, to dry brush them. And when they get dry brushed, I'm gonna be dry brushing with like an off-white. So that way, like this will kind of like tint it and also kind of like hide in the recesses. There's a plan of some sort going on here. I'm making an attempt to add a plan. So yeah, that's what's going on so far. Got like the big base, and also got some other stuff on the desk too. Unfortunately, the roots are still like I basically cut out all the like the root bases out of foam board, which turned out pretty good. But I decided to use plaster on the edges of the foam board to make it look less like obviously foamy, and that turned out pretty good. But I still need to like put on a respirator and file those. So I didn't need the respirator because, like, you know, I don't want like plaster dust in my lungs, in my jelly lungs. I do paint with like legitimately brown and red are probably like the two colors I paint the most. I think it's just because I paint grimy things and like dirty things, and you know, brown's a good versatile color for both of those concepts. So, But yeah, no, by bulk, it's like I've bought like I have like a couple of reds. I don't need that many reds. Every time I go to the shop, I'm like, ooh, a new shade of brown. Don't mind if I do. It's like I got like light browns and dark browns, and browns meant for skins, and browns meant for leathers, and browns meant for dirts. You get a lot of versatility out of that. You get a lot of versatility out of that. This song is taking me back. It's been a while since Shirayui has been a thing. They were a very small VTuber corp. Like one of those ones that's sort of like not ran to be like a gigantic money thing, just more kind of like a fun thing run by someone. But the guy who was sort of running it I think he had a cancer diagnosis. He's doing better these days. He's doing really good these days, but he's like, I can't run a corporation like this. I have to deal with my health. And it's like, understandable. Actually, so the weird thing is that, so because of the amount of models that are in it, the swelling cold is just not seen to my locals. I got turtle sages. Yeah, I'll take a magic trick. Much cure wells on a curve. But you got to listen. You don't like getting dust in your lungs. It's not a good fit. So Turtle Sages, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Hey, if that's your magic trick, hell yeah, 5 stars. See, at our shop we got a couple regulars. Like for me, our regular group is 3 people, and we have people who kind of come and go. One of my friends' regular favorite groups are the Crabs. Feast of Crabdus, and what else is it? That's sort of the big one that he does. He does some other cults, but that's sort of the big one. And then I have another friend whose favorite cult is Todd, but he also does Procession of Woe from time to time. My big ones are Aunt's Ascendant and what's another one? I also like the St. Almay's Rocket Battery. I love the Rocket Battery. It either does nothing or it does the most, and I guess that's Turnip in a nutshell. But goddamn, I'm a big fan of panic token armies. I love inflicting panic. Like I've been using the Great Proboscis more just because like beater with lots of panic manipulation feels good to me, even if the Great Proboscis itself gets shot down off. I've noticed that thing dies super quick, like every time. Hey, I do appreciate it. But yeah, we got like. And then I've played some other people. Oh, this is Turnip28, but it's and like people that like Trench Crusade might like Turnip, even though it's a lot goofier. The general idea is that your guys are very incompetent, and over the course of the game, things actively scare them, like when their morale gets beaten. And every time they get shot or charged, they have a chance of retreating a distance equal to the number of panic tokens on them. And also, it also has a, I think 40k early editions had sweeping advances where if a unit ran and you catch up to them, you just instantly obliterate them. I think Horus Heresy still has sweeping advances. Turnip has that built in as well. So you're incentivized to get a lot of panic tokens on your opponent's stuff because eventually they might like basically run so far away they can't meaningfully contribute to the fight, or you could sweep them. And there's some cults that will like, usually the way you do that is like you attack things or your opponent fucks up orders. The alternative is you got some cults like the Rocket Battery will hit your opponent multiple times per shot, and each shot causes panic, and then those shots ricochet and cause panic to nearby things. Or you get like the Great Proboscis is like a big spooky elephant, like a bog elephant that scares the fuck out of everyone, so it causes everyone to retreat. It's a fun system. One more on these in particular. I also try to avoid the eyes. Realize that I don't need. I can kind of get this like a little bit thicker, get all that, and then start dry brushing. Big ass fucking the big fucking disc. Well, these are all dry. How you doing, Black Rose? How you doing? Welcome. Lumps are fun. Lumps are fun. Like out of all the I don't know. I find lumps are just like really fun just to like do as like a singular project. I think you should. It's definitely one of those games that like you're not going to find people idly playing. Like the group that exists where I'm at, pretty much me and one of the other regular players had to get together to like get that started. And now there's actually there's like a monthly turnip meet now, and I got to play a bunch of people from like all over like the greater tri-state area. How you doing, Moss? How you doing? Welcome. I think I said hello, Black Rose. How you doing? Car is doing better. For people who missed the update earlier into the stream, good news is it was my starter. So once I had to get my car towed and that got replaced, so it is back up and operational. Yippee! Bad news, negative $800. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm not jazzed about it, but like in a different stage in my life that would have crippled me financially, but I've been pretty good lately. So I'm doing aight. Not the best, I'm doing aight. And I'm channeling that aight into being productive and dealing with things that I can deal with, and that's been going pretty good. My brain, I'm like the reverse of a lot of VTubers, where I feel like my brain is getting healthier as I age, and I don't understand how that's happening, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, it was actually like a pretty good deal. It was like towing fee, replacements, and actually just sourcing the part altogether. So like, not too bad. Not too bad. I saw it could go upwards to like maybe like over 1,000, and I'm glad it did not hit that threshold. Could I have shopped around maybe? Yeah. Did I really have the option to? I do take vitamins and go out. I do legitimately think having like a steady job just kind of keeps some of, like, I'm not going to say it defeats the Menhera entirely, but it does ground you in a way where you're like, well, I can't bed rot because if I bed rot, I starve. Time to go to work. A lot of VTubers don't have that option though, and they do bed rot, and then they feel real bad like all the time. And I have been there though, and that does suck. So I do feel for them. These little lads though. I also think once again like having like a creative outlet's just really good for the brain. The fact that I was like, well shit, my car's out of commission. Time to build, and like that does help. It's nice. It's pretty spicy. These lads, I love them. Because like a lot of people do the swelling as like one big thing, but this also needs to be rough terrain. So I was like, oh, the idea is that like rough terrain, like, you know, you run over it and there's a chance your guys will die and get more panic. Now it's like, okay, that's cool. But the problem is it's like a lot of people's swellings are like, you take this, you put like a big lumpy gigantic unit on there, which looks cool. It does look cool. I will not ignore that. But you can't really put models on it. So I was like, oh yeah, like a magnetized thing will be nice. I can move stuff on and off of it, and it'll be pretty good. Also gonna do the preliminary, like starting to layer brown paints onto this bad boy. There's some charred brown. How you doing, Bunny? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How do you like this double chocolate cookie? It does look delicious. And I'm gonna use charred brown, which is an even more chocolatey looking color. This is gonna be a very delicious looking stream. I have like a... Let's see. I got like a big old thing of toothpicks. Toothpicks are so useful for minis. I'm gonna set this aside. Also we got this chunky fuck. This is from Bestiarum, specifically a model that I upscaled. There we go. This is a big boy I upscaled. Let's see, 100 for Attack Battalion. I'm doing good. Painting's going good. I'm working on some turnip lads. Oh yeah, no, I bake all my minis I bake all my wood in the oven low and slow. Don't worry. Everything has been sufficiently like parasited, germed, whatever. It's because there's plenty of bark. Hey, I like that one. I don't know why I like that one. Once again, my pun tolerance is entirely arbitrary. Just gonna like layer this on with a slightly different color. You're gonna be like, there's not like a huge difference here, but I like it enough. There we go. Be playing Joker tomorrow in Trench. Hey, let's go. I still have I've not played Trench Crusade in so long. I'm fiending. It's been like over a month since I played Trench Crusade, and like all the Great Hunger stuff looks rad as shit. And I am looking forward to actually getting to play it. And I was actually like very lukewarm about the Great Hunger in terms of like the lore and like the fact that like, oh yeah, these are just mostly repurposed models from Creature Caster. But man, the rules are fun. You can actually do like the melee thrall rush that like for context in Trench Crusade, you look at the faction for like the zombie undead plague guys and you're like, oh okay, I see what's going on. They have like a thrall horde of like these chaff guys, and then they have the elites to back them up. Not really, no. The thralls are fine. They're good like little objective dorks, but they're not. It's mostly like an elite heavy army that just happens to have a couple of junk dudes. But then the Great Hunger does kind of like fix that and makes them more deadly and stuff like that. It's gonna be which is nice. Oh, set that over here. Those lads, are you still... They're still drying just slightly. I think I can knock out like really quick. Sip real quick. See, do. I got this lad. This lad is still is mostly done. I could get his like little shoulder pads a little bit. Or don't we use a? Yeah, I'll use a marker. I'll make this real easy on myself. I'm gonna use a AK dark aluminium marker, and I really like it for these, for the little rivet bits. Yeah, oh, Karari does a lot of good music. She apparently she had her like big like 6 years now. She's been going for a hot minute. Kind of amazing that, like, you know, we got like a decent amount of like retirees and like the bigger VTubers here. A lot of people are still trucking though, and I enjoy that very much. Like, I think Corone has been going on for 6 years. She got like a new costume with like a chainsaw. I'm like, good for her. Hell yeah, let's go. Oh, there's like a bunch of tiny little dots. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to reach easy. I can just use. I want to get like a little bit more on the axe blade. I feel like the axe is almost like a dull. Kind of neat. I like that actually. How you doing, Instancies? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm just hitting up the tip of this axe with a paint pen. It's kind of interesting just seeing paint pens sort of move from like, oh yeah, there's like, you know, like a couple of like little metal shades, and now it's like people trying to do like colored ones, like reds and blues and stuff like that. I don't think it's like a bad thing or anything. It's definitely like, oh yeah, no, this is the new hobby trend of the week. And the thing is, a lot of hobby trends of the week are like actually like legitimately good shit. I'm not like super bummed about it. It's just funny how that just kind of spread. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. Get on that little bit. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. I might still like fix them later. How you doing, Dark Muffin? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I feel like it's got like several itty bitty little bumps, which unfortunately I'm gonna have to get like regular metal style. I was sad. I was hoping I could get away with just doing little marker pokes, but I gotta do a couple itty bitty little ones. I did clean all my brushes though, so all my brushes should be in theory in very like tip top shape for this sort of thing. All their points do be pointy. There we go. There we go. So also, holy shit! Oh, that was 6 months advanced too. Holy fuck! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sometimes I don't process the like doing that in advance. So like I'm like wait a minute. You know, thank you. Yeah, you might as well too. I think you got like 1 day of the like bonus sub stuff. So yeah, now would be the time to do it if you want to stock up. I will eventually, once I get like a proper price. Don't worry, I will open up like a not throne. No, throne. I'll put like a little throne thing for the new outfit. I just don't know how much it's going to be just yet, so I don't want to put any definite numbers. There we go. Hey, it worked. It worked. Good. I'm mixed because I feel like his axe is both like kind of like it's in a weird state where it's like it's kind of like it's not grimy and it's also too grimy, where it's like it's kind of like a weird brown sort of nothing. I think it's because I was trying a different like a rust pattern than I usually use, because I was using some of like the enamel rust. I just haven't gotten enamel rust over like I don't know why. It's not you a sucker. I'll probably come back to you later. Oh yeah, hold on, let me just pick out a blow dry real quick. Hey, there we go. Yes. Get the lads extra toasty. Hell yeah. Get them. I feel like I'm like a dog groomer now, where I'm like getting them ready for like the big show. There we go. Actually, most days are pretty dry. I think it's really just this one that has gotten like little wet bits of paint into the recesses. How you doing, Horror Loving? How you doing? Nice. Ooh, hell yeah. There we go. How you doing, though? How you doing? I'm working on some garlic lads, and little bits where it's a little wet. Just kind of like rub it in there. Let me see. Let me. That's a good question. Let me hit this first. It's tricky. Like, hold on, sorry. Just like one more little bit of this. There we go. I'm just gonna turbo dry that. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. So, like, as somebody whose very first war game was War Machine, I find the idea of, like, longevity in war games just to be a weird thing in general. Like, to a certain degree, like, Turnip will never be big. Like, you will never see a Turnip28 starter box in a store. So, like, a lot of people will already be like, this is niche and it will never grow. A lot of people feel the same way about Trench Crusade. Basically, a lot of people feel that way against anything that's like not Warhammer 40k. There's some people that are still waiting for the sweet death of Age of Sigmar for some reason. You know, they're like it'll die, and like even though they got like Warhammer like the old world now, there's still some people that are just kind of like really waiting for that day where that also explodes too. And it's like, it's kind of got that like weird thing where it's like if people continue to play, it'll continue to like exist, but at the same token, I don't know. Like, I know I will continue to play it for a while, but like also it's just one day, just everybody at my local shop is like, oh, I don't want to play Turnip anymore. I will probably continue to still work on the minis, but then like I just can't anymore. But that's also like, you know, there's people that do that with all kinds of war games. Like there's still people who play Wrath of Kings. There's like, you know, the whole Inquisitor 28 movement started because people really liked the war game Inquisitor, and that game was just fucking like dead as shit for so many years. Debating if I should get it. I'm gonna get a bigger dry brush. No. This one's got a lot more like directed dry brushing. Now you guys are kind of seeing what I'm doing now. Using an off-white, I'm kind of hitting the... I do it like sideways, get more of that, the texture of the bulb. This is actually like a pretty decent like 3D sculpt of a garlic bulb too. It's just it was kind of hidden by all the other layers of paint and whatnot. Yeah. Oh, that's always going to be a thing too. It's also tricky just to exist as a game that's not Warhammer 40k. It's in the same way that like, you know, like it's like I feel like you could ask that same question about like any RPG that's not like D&D 5e. Like if like what's like a good example that's like on the market? You can even see like do you think vampire is still going to be a thing? Like it's and I'm not like not making fun of you or anything for this. I'm saying these are like legitimate like reoccurring trends in the hobby. Where if something there's also like a contingent of people that something if they don't feel like you can actually buy it in store, or if like an influencer tells them it's bad, then the game doesn't exist anymore. Like there's because like you've even seen that stuff with like how like Legends works, where technically you're like, could you still use all the models in Legends? Yeah, but like realistically, everybody knows that that's a death list because a lot of people just want something that's like currently supported by Games Workshop to be in their games at all times. Or even like how people just kind of like require the newest edition of a game even if they don't like it. Like, well, I don't like Warhammer like 10th edition. A statement a lot of people say. I'm saying it's like a theoretical. I'm kind of whatever. I'll play most war games. I think war games are fun in general, but like you get it. But there's a lot of people who are even like, oh yeah, no, I hate the current edition, but I will never stop playing it. Because that's just all they can really do. It's just like the most recently supported war game. Glad. This is gonna be evened out by some enamels later too, so I'm not super worried about like any of the highlights that are like particularly sharp. I'm debating if I want to use a bigger driver. Get like a black. Maybe just going up to this size, slightly bigger. Yeah, if I had to guess though, like an actual like real trajectory for what I believe what's going to happen for Turnip, I believe if I had to like really take a guess, it'll probably get like 2 or 3 more expansions over the years. There'll continue to be fan events. At some point, the creator Turnip will just like either be too busy or just like can't do anything with it, or like just like, decides to work on something else, and then it will just sort of be like a thing that's sort of maintained by enthusiast fans. That kind of happens to a lot of games. How you doing, Vic? How you doing? Welcome. Yeah. Oh, 14. That's such a good point too for like especially for like people who demand remakes of games. Oh, you're stupid close. You're gonna get there soon. Don't worry. Like there's like a lot of people. They're like, oh yeah, no. If like a game is not available on the latest consoles, it doesn't exist. Like there's so many people who are like, oh boy, I cannot wait for Silent Hill 1 to get remade because otherwise I would never play Silent Hill 2, even if I enjoyed Silent Hill 2's remake. They'll never go back. And that's like a pretty commonly held. This is actually almost worse. Make it some spots just like real fucking spicy. I think I just gotta get like a bowl with this bigger one. But yeah, no, it's just it's kind of like that. So like a lot of people are like, well, if this is not actively being supported by like big company, it's dead. And that's as somebody who likes a lot of indie things, it's a weird space to be in because my interests are in things that are not made by big company, and also like I am a person not made by big company. There's like a lot of people that are like, if it's not a HoloLive or a HoloStar even, like they don't exist. Or like Niji's kind of been a thing. Niji's been an interesting spot though because a lot of talents left, and then they went indie, so a lot of their fan base went with them, and now they're like, oh shit, indies are the best, and you're like, well, if you also look at their list of indies, they're all people who just used to be. It's like, man, okay. Not that they're not allowed to. It's just kind of like it's still a different, unreachable tier of indie, really. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, but I'm gonna be honest. If anyone really, really, truly wants to play Bloodborne, just get a PS4. Just get a PS4. It's I either get a PS4 or just hope eventually emulation. I think emulation's actually pretty good for it. But yeah, no, the waiting for a remake is a fool's errand, and you're just gonna make yourself sad. Starfield apparently it's super good. Sure, maybe. Everything I heard about vanilla Starfield sounds like it's boring, so I think like legitimately anything that's not vanilla Starfield is probably better. That's still probably like got something going on. Imagine former corp people. Imagine, right? I'm kidding. The picture on left. Oh yeah. The one from I was like, what's on the left? I was like, oh yeah, the Hushabye Valley one. Yeah, I mentioned this, but I sent that in as a art reference to my art mama for new outfit. So I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited about that. There we go. Now I got like perfect garlic ratio for this bad boy. Tricky thing is I got like I'm gonna be repainting the sticks. So it's like I'm not super worried about them getting paint on them, but it's also I don't want to. The big thing is like just not breaking them. Big thing I want to do. Yeah. Yeah, it'll like we'll look like I don't know, like Bloodborne's fun, but yeah, definitely I would not. I would personally not wait to emulation if you like truly want to play. Like if you just like kind of want to play it, it's a fun game. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if it's going to change your life like a lot of the way the internet hypes it up to be. I had a great time, but like you can have a great time with a lot of games, and a lot of those games are available for PC. We live in an age where you can play basically any game, and it's nice. This side. One. Thing. Oh yeah. I know vaguely. I'm like very. I've played Morrowind, but not like super far. I'll fully admit, I had Morrowind growing up, but like my family. So I mentioned before that I think my adopted parents split when I was younger, and like one of my families just didn't like the one I lived in the most just didn't have a decent PC. And so like I couldn't really play any like PC games on it. And when I went to visit my adopted father for the weekend, he did have a decent PC, but we were like very time limited because there was there was a single PC household. So it's like, okay, they need to use the PC for like I guess I want to say work, but I don't think my pops at the time did any online work or did any work on the PC. So probably just like also browsing the internet. I don't know. And then I had a stepbrother who also wanted to do it. And then like he had like a half brother. It was a really weird situation. Microsoft Pinball did fuck. I did enjoy me some Microsoft Pinball. But like it's the same. Like I just didn't get enough steady time with my copy of Morrowind because I got the Game of the Year copy of Morrowind, and I just never got to play enough to like really get a good feel for it. Did I correct that now? Maybe. Absolutely. I've been doing a thing where I just been playing games that I thought were really cool when I grew up, like that I just missed, like Deus Ex, and like actually get around to doing XCOM 2. I'm gonna be playing American McGee's Alice on Saturday. Yes, on Saturday. And I got that. I got that one up and running. I was worried. I was like, oh god, this only has a PC release and it's basically abandonware. This is gonna be a huge pain in the dick to run, isn't it? Nah. Like, okay, like, will it crash? Maybe? When I play it? Distinctly possible. Has it crashed during testing? So far, no, actually. Oh, yeah, they're just in time for a release. Maybe, though, I don't know. Man, Conquer, yeah. There's a lot of games like that. All the games taken out behind the shed. I still think sometimes of like old BioWare and just like how like that company got just wrecked over the years. EA, and now EA got bought. EA, for people who don't know, EA got bought by 3 joint investor groups. 2 are US, I believe. 1 is straight up like backed by the Saudi Arabian government. So I don't know what's going to happen to EA. I feel like the true horrors are upon us now. Not like what's the best way to say this? I don't necessarily know if Saudi Arabia is going to like necessarily fuck up anything with EA. I'm willing to share the blame with all 3 private companies. Are going to turn EA into more of a monster somehow. I don't think a lot of people are like, lol, it got bought by the Saudi Arabians, and more like, EA just got bought by private equity. It's going to get a lot worse, I think. Yeah, it was like Young Caligula. Yeah, it was like I think the deal is still being formulated, so that's one of those things that could just be like kiboshed. It's a combo. It's a 3-way combo where the grand total is going to be like 55 billion. So yeah, no, it's the horrors we're about to see. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know of any company that got bought by private equity and things that ended up pretty good. As a tabletop person, I'm still really upset that Asmodee or whatever, got bought up by private equity, because between them, by them doing that, like, Fantasy Flight Games got fucked. Which is a shame, because Fantasy Flight... Somehow I'm generating dust, and I don't know if that's just me scraping the dust from, like, somewhere on this model. Maybe I'm accidentally pulling this loose and some of the plaster's coming out, which is a little worrying, but I'm sure it'll be fine. But yeah, it's like all the games that were kind of controlled by them were kind of fucked over. So I'm not expecting good things about this EA merger. I cannot imagine anything but nightmares is coming out. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I've heard that there's some weird shit with like American McGee and like EA's relationship. Not that I'm blaming him or anything. I just don't know exactly what went down that would have stopped a third game. I'm gonna play the first 2. We'll see how that goes. Oh, it's paid off the debt from its own purchase for a while. God, yeah, that's like one of those like really weird business fuckery things where it's like you can do that, or you can also like buy a company. And then you just say like, okay, this is my debt company now. This is where I put all my debt. And then you're like, oh no, my debt company went bankrupt. Man, it's a real shame that my debt company went bankrupt. And then you just kind of keep on trucking, and it's like a weird... Like advanced scummy business maneuvers are basically just like... It's taking like the min-maxing of like a TRPG and apply it to a company in a way that's like, that shouldn't make any sense, but it's like, well, the rules don't say I can't do that, so time to get fucked, I guess. Yeah, it's like it's definitely one of those things where it's like, I will not weep for the potential mutation and or death of EA, because they were already like a profit-driven, like horrible monster that ruined so many things. But I cannot imagine it's going to be great. Yeah, I'm worried about the fucking like rippling effects that will come from this. I don't like the idea that eventually like every big game corporation could be bought by a just private equity group, and then just, you know, the hobby further continues to get hollowed out into like a nothing nightmare dystopia. Sounds generally bad. Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be awful. I'm assuming it's going to be awful. I just don't know what level that awful is going to manifest as. So we'll find out, I guess. Yippee! This thing. It's really chalky looking, but once again, this is going to get hit with some enamel. I'll probably, like, if anything, probably what's going to happen is I'm going to enamel it, and I'm going to have to clean it up, like, and maybe dry brush it a little bit more again. Yes, we got to get a little bit darker at the top too. In a bit. Let's get the smaller one. On hand is a strong word. Like, I have turnip models. They're in a different room. I'm not opposed to grabbing some. But it will require me to make a small trip. I can do that. If you want like a really quick one, like just a quick look. Actually, this might be the best. I do have an Instagram. There we go. And I do post basically like all of my finished models on there. So like if you scroll down, you'll start seeing like there is a turnip model. You see some garlic riders. There's a lot of Church Crusade actually you have to go through. Yeah, you see the guy with like the wolf head coming out of a wolf. You got Grubhub. There, okay, so yeah, there's like a decent amount of turnip stuff on you. My word bearers overseer, which I made to work with my turnip models, which is kind of fun. Oh yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's like, I mean, like, not to be fair. Unsurprisingly, that, like, the richer you are, the less rules apply to you. It's just been a constant of life. So it's like, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by this. I'm bummed, but I'm not surprised. There we go. But yeah, the, I play Turnip pretty regular. Like, I still think Turnip is probably, like, the most, like, consistent game. I think it's just because the regulars in my crew, like, once you have a Turnip army, it's really easy to go, hey, let's play Turnip. Okay. You don't have to, like, prep a list tonight. I could just be like, today I'm feeling like playing, I want to play Antecedent. And then I just pick, like, okay, I'll take a Missile Whelp because I want someone who's mobile and is, like, good at spreading panic tokens. And then I'll pick some, like, gunpowder fodder because, you know, they're old faithful. They hold a point. They do a lot of shots. There are a lot of bodies. And then maybe like a bastard unit, which is like melee, which can be melee cavalry. You can basically build every model in Turnip as missile, melee, or gunpowder. Gunpowder is the most damaging ranged weapon, but you get one shot per round. Missiles you can fire multiple times per round, like if somebody attacks you, you can fire back at them, and you don't have to worry about any opportunity cost loss. But they do less damage, and then melee is like you're more accurate in melee, and you can reroll charge rolls. How you doing, son? How you doing? Welcome. I'm working on some garlicky boys. And it's going pretty good. So I also want the bottom of these to be like fleshy. Like actually like people fleshy. I'll have to go back later and hit that up. Look at this lad. He's like that like magical ratio where it's like, ooh, the dry brushing is perfect, magnifique, beautiful. Villain dies and evil possesses. Yeah, honestly, yeah. I feel like EA is going to turn into that, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I know, like, I've heard a lot of crazy things about, like, I'm aware of, like, the idea of, like, like, a lot of nerds, I've fallen into that, like, looking a little bit at, like, Kirkbride lore out of the context of his games, where it's, like, talking about, like, mining math and stuff like that, and, like, this sounds rad as shit. And I know I would like Morrowind, like as an adult that understands how CRPGs work now, as opposed to like a dumb kid that did not know how CRPGs work. I'm doing pretty good. I'm working on some Turnip lads, and it's going pretty legit. Giving them like a bunch of dry brushing and whatnot. It's gonna be a really kind of like goofy, messy, quick project, but it'll be nice to actually have like a This is like one of those armies that in Turnip that is like requires you to have the most overhaul for the basic units, where it's like I needed to have a unique terrain piece, which is what these guys are going to be. I need to have a bunch of unique units that like rulings are interesting that they're available in some cults, but not all of them. So they're like relatively rare, but they're like it's not like these guys are just locked into this one that I'm playing. How are you doing, Ars? Welcome. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think it's because, like, if I remember right, which I think even when I was younger, I had a problem with, because Morrowind is still using, like, RPG logic, where it's like you connecting with your weapon isn't you connecting with your weapon. You connecting with your weapon is a dice roll to determine if you actually hit. Which, like, you know, if you're playing the game and you don't know how that works, you're like, what the fuck is this? I'm hitting this thing. Why am I missing? And that's just kind of a... It's that thing, like I said, it makes sense if you realize of like, oh, Morrowind is a CRPG, but that just happens to be in 3D and you just attack instead of like click with a button. Also, how you doing, Heather? Welcome. How you doing? Also, Black Roses, have yourself a good night. Take it easy. Give me about muscle, mom. See, I understand. The vast majority of the secret layers that have been spoiled as of late have made me piss blood. However, I like the furry horror one because they made a nice looking Umbrus that is a vile abomination and I enjoy it greatly. If you have like legitimate phobias, I will not post it on screen, but the Umbrus Furby is very, very good. Like Brett. And the thing is, I remember like whenever I would play, I would do Argonian because over the course of my entire life, I like Big Lizard. Big Lizard fun. I like dinosaurs. I liked Argonians. I really don't have another example of Big Lizard. I mean, I know there's like actually kind of surprising that I don't have like a Lizardman army. I think just because I by the time I could afford minis, I just kind of fall into painting like horrible grubbly monsters, you know? Yeah, the whole big horror Furby wasn't too bad either. The entire like set, like those ones, I was like, I'm okay with those a bit more conceptually. I was like, okay, this is just like Hasbro fucking around with the Hasbro property, and at least the Furbies weirdly fit in a fantasy setting. Like when I see Furbies in a fantasy setting, I'm like, okay, they're like, you know, they're Furbies, but they're like little critters. There's little critters in Magic, but then when you see fucking like Dwight from The Office as a guy wearing jeans, for some reason my threshold on whether I appreciate if something fits Magic for me or not is the man wearing jeans or the lady wearing jeans. No, probably okay. I can stretch my believability. Wearing jeans, get the fuck out of here. As I said, enjoy your lurk, yo. Enjoy your lurk. So how you doing, Visario? How you doing? Come on, never. How could you possibly like those Argonians? I feel like there's. I know it's like those like Dagothr, like not Dagothr, fucking to Vivek. There we go. It's like a Vivek thing. Also, Visario, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Yeah. Oh God. Hopefully you're not like stalled out too much for that. I mean, you said it was 2 models though, right? So like, are you gonna still be able to like play and then just locally be like, yo, they fucked up 2 of my models. These are proxies. In the meantime. I think that'd be like a fair like just be like, hey, listen, store and people, I would very much like to be running a full cohort of dwarfs. However, Games Workshop. Blind. Oh God, yeah, those like stupid like explain. I know you can do. I've been like basically as soon as I got like steady internet access, I learned about the whole like, oh yeah, you can just like go to an alchemy store, and then you buy what's it called? You can go to the alchemy store and you can buy like potions to make your intelligence better, so you can make better potions, which you sell to buy more intelligence potions, and then you just make like a ludicrous amount of money, and then you boost all your stats and you like fly to the end of the world and whatever. I've been vaguely aware of stuff like that. Oh, that sounds fucking awful. I'm glad you're gonna have fun watching me, but that sounds like a shitty spot to be in. My condolences. There we go. I wish I could do like the anime thing where I like drink, go like, Kira! Like I can't quite do that. I will never love any piece of food or drink like Misato likes beer, and that makes me sad. I wish I had a similar level of whimsy, but alas, I do not. Yeah, I think like all the Walking Deads had genes. A lot of the Doctor Who cards had genes. The fact that you can now, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit on these actually because these lots are small enough. The fact that like a lot of the Last of Us cards are now in the fucking game now, that a lot of them have genes. Ellie's got genes. They're like, well, sorry about making you wait. They just see you just slowly apply the blood for the blood god to the tips of the cloak, and you're like, no, that's fine. What's that, Talos? You saying in my head? I mean, okay, so like I said, my differentiation, like, am I annoyed that Kratos has a card? Yes. Would I be bothered by Kratos having a card in like other circumstances? Not really. He's a God of War. The Ghost of Tsushima card, you know, is like a samurai dude. He's fine. Fucking Drake Uncharted has a card. He's a guy with jeans. The worst. The worst. Death. 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 Not threatening anyone with death. I mean, like, I am dying. It's painful. This hurts. No, Kratos doesn't get genes. I don't think so. I mean, Atreus has a card, so I guess he's passing on genes. But no, wait, no, Atreus is adopted. Never mind. Never mind. Wait, actually, is the kid from God of War the reboot duology? Is that his biological kid or not? I don't know. I'm going to be real. I've never played a God of War. They've never particularly excited me. I just would see them and I'd be like, those are certainly button mashers. And then I just never got into them. And then I know there's the new ones and everyone's like, this is a beautiful game and it's smart and intelligent and it's truly what gamers need to learn how to understand empathy and joy. And this is truly the Citizen Kane of being a dad in a video game. And the whole time I'm just like, oh, shut the fuck up. I'm sure that the new God of War games are fine, but I've been hearing that for a while, for ages, and I'm just like, oh, please stop. I beg of ye. I mean, I'd be more fine if he was on Theros, yeah. The fact that he's in like a big PlayStation, like you guys remember when like PlayStation made like the Smash Bros. Clone? They basically got all the characters that are like not fun mascot platformers and put them into Magic. Where is the Ratchet and Clank Magic card, Wizards of the Coast? Where the fuck is that, huh? Jack and Dexter Magic card? Where's your Sackboy card? You'll fucking make 2 copies of fucking Ellie from The Last of Us. No Sackboy? What the fuck are you doing? It's because I know they know their demographics and their demographics are boring. How you doing, Jack? Although, like, I'm okay. Like I said, I was okay with the Final Fantasy one. You know, they're fantasy characters. There's guns and like mummies and like airship bullshit and wizards. All those felt fine, you know. All those would have fit a lot better. Yeah, all those would have fit a lot better. A fucking Spyro card. Imagine having a dragon in a game where one of the most popular tribes are dragons. Free me from magic hell. Also, this is no longer dry brushing. I'm just straight accidentally over brushing now. It'll be fine. It does look like a lot of these kind of like when they dry, they get a little less bright, which I'm okay with it. Yeah, Fallout's a weird choice too. Yeah, I actually don't wonder. Like, I don't know. The sad thing though is like so I have seen the Fallout decks do what Wizards wants it to do. Like one of the people in my new Magic group basically got into the game because of the Fallout decks, and they're entrenched. So technically, like the thing is, at the end of the day, a lot of the stuff that's like I don't like about the new direction of the game is working. So I can never do the whole like vote with your wallet because my wallet is not powerful enough for an entire audience. Ooh, I also got a fun Amazon alert. So, hey guys, did you know that there's an English translation of Baki that's being officially sold? I'm putting my goddamn money where my mouth is there, and I bought it. This is gonna be the first physical volume of manga that I bought new in a long time. Yeah, so yeah, there we go. Yeah, that works. You could do like a Timir Morph Dragons. Dragon, yeah, you could do a thing where it's like dragon creatures you control have like can enter the battlefield morph, like gain more from your hand, and when you flip them, they're like 1 cheaper or whatever, something like that, or like a couple cheaper maybe. I don't know, something like that. I also don't like the secret layers having mechanically unique cards as well. That's also just kind of a thing. That's because like, you know, they tend to sell out, and then people are just kind of, well, I guess that's just a design someone can't have. They just can't play with that. Just love how they handle mythology. Okay, maybe I am willing to give some benefit of the doubt that maybe the newer God of War games aren't bad. I think I kind of, as somebody who just enjoys video games, you just kind of reached a point that I remember seeing both of them sort of like jacked off as like the pinnacle of video games. It's always that weird spot too where it's like you can tell that a lot of people who like video games or like are making video games clearly want to have like the prestige of movie makers, but also video games as a medium is such a, like we were talking about like this kind of like recency bias thing where it's like video games are also the kind of people that want, like, there's like a weird thing of like want to be taken seriously, but having like no respect for like the past or like games that were not like big mainstream kind of blockbuster hit. Fuck, I missed the ad break and I still got my ad. Ugh. And what's the brown nosers? Hold on, I need to do a smart thing and remember to put all my paints up when I use them. So that way, as if I need to get some more, I can. Yippee! It's also an opportunity to take a drink. Yeah, it's weird. They did like an Archeon like secret layer thing, but yeah, no just regular ass Archeon card. I mean, no regular ass fantasy set. But yeah, but there's also that same kind of person that thinks that like there's a lot of people that straight up feel like video games to them are like, okay, ages ago there was Mario. There was not even like Mario 64. There was like the original Mario, and then everyone blacked out. And then The Last of Us was made, and video games truly became art. And it's always like, what the fuck are you talking about? I can also use a slightly brush on this. Yeah. Let's go. I gotta use all my like these guys are functionally like weird terrain too, so I can use my terrain brushes on these. Yeah, that is that kind of tricky thing in mythology. I will totally say where it's like a lot of mythological like beings had very similar thematic roles. Like, because, you know, a lot of those are carrying like certain sort of like archetypal like things with them. So then you see that within like different religions. But when you're doing like religious crossover of the game, it's like, well, I can't just repeat a thing, even if it's the character is known for that thing. I could see that being a difficult challenge. I'm empathetic. Definitely gonna be like cover these pretty thoroughly, and then I need to go back with a smaller brush and get the rest. Especially around like the pits. I guess that's the best way you could say that for that. That's just maybe a strong word, but accurate is fine. Processing foam scraps and bricks. Hey, let's go. I've been doing sprue bricks as well. I mean, well, not okay. I haven't quite done the brick part yet. I've been clipping any sprue bits that are like properly like brick shaped to eventually make into bricks if I need to. I've been seeing like there's a guy named like Dumb Robot Stuff and some other people who have made like good looking sprue bricks. Yeah. Only became art. Yeah, that's a, like the funny thing is it's like a lot. I do wonder if some of this like you know, like that's also something that kind of happened a lot with like a lot of like I would argue like a lot of video game journalism. Like it's kind of weird because like the video game journalism I sort of grew up with is like a dead thing, where it's like, but there was like people who were like journalists in like video games, and then eventually sort of the next gen was sort of like people who wanted to be like art and movie critics who just didn't get the money they needed and decided to go into video games. And you can kind of tell that like they just never were really into it. And like they kind of like they wanted their games to be more like movies, and like, you know, the closer something is to a movie, the more art it is for some people like that. And that's unfortunately like a sentiment that's like also kind of shared by the public. Yeah, like I watched a friend of mine play The Last of Us 1, like just like couch co-op, and the whole time I'm like, this is just kind of like a whatever zombie story. Like as far in the grand realm of zombie stories, this is not like particularly wild. Like it's hitting a lot of like pretty established beats. But then for like a lot of people who are just like, yeah, no, this is the greatest thing ever now. It's like bizarre. Oh, Father God of Death, Pregnancy, and War. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. There's a lot of actors I liked it if they were put into that role. I don't know who I would want to put into that role. For some reason, my brain immediately thought Christopher Walken. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think that's the correct choice. And I'm not even like he's fine. I don't go out of my way to like watch Christopher Walken movies. I just don't know why my brain went there, you know? I don't know why my brain went to Christopher Walken thinking of a version of Odin. I think that's like wrong casting, but whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It's been weird. I do feel like things are beginning to change a bit. I think a lot of it was the death of sort of like, I know that like stuff like Kotaku and whatnot are still trucking along, like a lot of those sort of like big journalism websites for games, but a lot of them are like not doing great. And that sort of like style of like video game journalism has kind of died out. The one where you're like I remember seeing some pictures of it. It was like them doing a review of Call of Duty while the banner bar and like the sidebar and like another little pop-up were all for that same Call of Duty. That kind of, it's like, I cannot expect like any amount of like journalistic integrity from you, because you're not, for reviews, you're part of the advertising machine that is like of the video game industry. And I know that if you say that like Assassin's Creed 27, the quest for more ass and maybe a bit of Creed, like if you give that like an 8 and you're like, well, it was kind of disappointing, they just cut off your access to early reviews, so like you'd make less money as a platform. So it's in everyone's best interest to be like, wow, Assassin's Creed really pushed forward gaming this year by, I don't know, a leveling system. Like that kind of thing. It was just like, oh god, why is it like this? So, is it like, I know there's like a movie called Uncut Gems that apparently he's really good in, but I still have never seen Adam Sandler as actor that's actually competent. Yeah. Oh yeah. The there's like kind of like there was something. It was basically, there was a similar call out thing by like someone who was a journalist who did video games, and they were talking about like how like there was a picture of Geoff Knightley. I think that's his name. I might be fuck up his name. Where it was like, okay, he's sitting in front of a Halo 3 poster. There is a big thing of Mountain Dew and Doritos near him. And the guy was like, yeah, all my people who are like peers of mine who should be like, you know, have integrity are doing like giveaways on Twitter for PS3s. And if you question them on this behavior, they got like indignant about that. Yeah, I mean, that's been like, even when I was in like, I grew up with like EGM, like Electronic Gaming Monthly and like Game Informer and stuff. I like those a lot. And I wasn't even aware back then that like, I was like, huh, it is kind of wild that Madden always gets a 9 out of 10 every year. That is just kind of buck wild. Every single year it gets like the same score. Oh no, that's fair. I don't do well with awkward movies. So like anything that would have made me feel like that, like I'd be like probably like as somebody who enjoys art, yeah, that'd be cool. But like, oh god, I can't watch like awkward comedies, like those like we were talking about like The Office, the ones where the idea is like cringe comedies, where the ideas they're supposed to be put in like real cringe situations, and I physically sometimes have to put my hands over my face. It gets bad. I imagine that Uncut Gems probably would do something similar to me. Like, you know, good for them for doing it. I'm just not the target. I'm not the target audience for that. But yeah, no, there was like for so long the idea, and like I do like that we're in like a thing now where people are like, isn't it kind of fucked up that for years that like review places would just purposely just like dog on Japanese games for being Japanese? And this wasn't even like a weeb thing in me. Like Adam's like, I grew up with X-Play, right? I grew up with X-Play, and like I loved X-Play, and like I was really sad to find out that Adam Sessler was a douchebag. It was like legitimately heartbreaking. And then people would be like, is it kind of weird that you were like weirdly racistly mean to like every game that came from Japan? And then they said that to him like not that long ago, maybe probably a couple of years back. And you're like, you would assume somebody would be like, oh, I was real. Like you kind of almost expect the Twitter apology of like, I was young and I was an asshole, and that reflects bad on me now. I would not do that now. Motherfucker, double down. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Wild shit. But yeah, no, I can't handle cringe, and that's what. But I don't know. But like I said, it's kind of weird though because I also don't keep up with video game. I have to imagine a lot of the mechanisms of that are just kind of like floundering. I don't know though. I actually don't know. There might still there might still be like that same kind of review mechanism still in action these days. But I just like it's funny. I'm probably the most interested in video games I've ever been, but because I've retreated mostly into an entirely retro space outside of like a few one-off rando games, I am unaffected. I'm unaffected by stuff. No, that doesn't like. I would argue it's cringe that I can't enjoy cringe because like, I don't know. I'm oh my god, I have like too much empathy, but it feels like I do feel I'm like, oh god, no, this is I feel bad, like in like if there's like a romance thing where like a character is going to like propose to someone or ask someone out, and you know that as the audience member, you know that like the person they're going to romance already has somebody, but the character doesn't know, and it's like, oh, it's supposed to be kind of like either like, you know, like, haha, he's gonna make a fool of himself or whatever. I'm just like, oh no, buddy, no, buddy, no. That's me. I'm the guy saying, buddy. I guess it turned out pretty legit. Nice. Gotta do like a little bit on the tops. But yeah, no, it's been neat because like it is weird realizing that like there are just like random bits. I'm also painting this like way too high on the screen. Go man. There are just like random bits of my life. Maybe I can do a. I'm gonna do a thing. I think what happened is. There we go. I think if I move over here, hey, it's a lot more comfortable. I mean, I just don't like NTR in general though. I don't care for that. I do not like. I don't really like anything with it, like a cheating component. It's just not really my thing. Oh god, is it? Last I checked, Phil Fish was a DJ. That might still be true. I don't know if Phil Fish is still a DJ or not. But yeah, you would get weird shit like that a lot. There's always like and it's one of those things that feels weird to talk about. Because I also understand that I'm an anime person online, so like I have a very biased approach. It was just like such a strange way that for many years that like, which is odd because like there was a period of like people that were just like, okay, a lot of the games we kind of like love and grew up with came from Japan, and like there's some cool stuff. And then you would kind of run into this like group of people in like the same industry that were like, oh yes, Japan, the land of game shows and anime panties. What are those kooky bastards going to come up with next for video games? How you doing, Raven? How you doing? We're complaining about video games. No, we're just talking about just like old video game like media stuff like that. I feel like we're at the points of society that if you just got to do what you got to do to survive, if that genuinely makes you happy and like I don't think anyone's going to give a shit. I don't know. Which ones did he get though? Well, you know what? No, I'm gonna take. I'm taking all that back. The council will decide which stuffed animals did you get. I guess plushies are not necessarily stuffed animals. I'm just used to that as like a regional thing. What do you get? The council will speak. The council has passed. I'm neutral to wolves, but fuck yeah, getting a stuffed possum is fun. Hell yeah. I think a little bit of plaster's coming out from that little hole. That's fine. Yeah, that was like god. There was like an old image. It was like that. It was like Nintendo games are always like Mario Bing Wahoo for Babies Edition. Xbox 360 games were like Blood Death Mega Shoot 4000, and then it was always like the PC was like when PC games are like, but it was just sort of like Comptroller like 2006 edition, whatever. Possums are good though. Hell yeah. 3 out of 5 moonshine jugs. Yeehaw. There we go. There we go. How you doing? I'm working on a large gaggle of garlic. That's a fun combo of words to say together. I like doing gaggle of garlic. There we go. And how do I paint garlic? I paint rats. Oh, I will be painting rats though. Well, technically. I will be painting a model on Thursday because I'm doing I don't know how long I'll be doing it, but I'm going to be doing at least maybe like a couple triple painting weeks. And would you like to see the rats? Lad. So this counts as a rat. Also, he got scraped a little bit because I dropped him. So we had a little bit of chippage, nothing too big though. We got a Vermin Lord butt. We got some Vermin Lord arms. We got a knight torso because this is going to be functionally a knight. Yeah. I'm painting a cheese bread of garlic. God, cheese bread sounds great right now. Sounds fantastic. There we go. But yeah, that's one paint. Also, I think some of their arms move. It's tricky because like all these are armature wire. So as the armature wire gets jostled, it will sort of inherently chip. I think this is like the first time I've really painted like this degree of plaster. So I'm noticing that like plaster drinks up paint, but sometimes it's kind of easy to disturb it. This is like, I've been using plaster a lot more and I'm needing to like get used to it as like a painting medium, if that makes any sense. Another cursed. Yeah, fuck yeah. This was the like, I was not searching out this one. It was just, someone was just like, you know what? Fuck it. Uma Musume, Space Jam remix. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. Oh, that do be pretty cute. Valid. Also using a bunch of that like Joe Sonia magic mix just to make this easier to spread onto the bases. I unfortunately think it's going to make it a lot slower to dry, but I think this is also just going to be good for just like general spreadage. Seems to be pretty legit. Get done. Hell yeah, let's go. Continuing to work on the garlic lads. It's going. I just need to get the little brown bits on the top. Oh my god, why does it keep migrating? I need to get the little garlic bits on. I need to get like the little bits on the top. I need to get the eyes, and then I need to do some enamel stuff, and I also need to make sure there's more like, these guys are fine because they're doing like, these guys are basically like a mini version of my garlic riders where they're like a little garlic piece, and then there's some, there's a main garlic piece, and then there's like little armature wire legs that kind of hold on to the ground, which is not too bad. Hey, fuck yeah, let's go. I have so much priming in my future. I got my Saturnine box in, and oh god, every model in that box is like a million pieces. What the fuck, Games Workshop? Why did you do this? Why did you do this to me, Games Workshop? I'm excited though. I think I'm weirdly going to start with the quad battery because I think the battery is, it's like a nice big chunk that will just free up some space in there. And then probably between that and then probably start working on the Fetus something the spooky possessed Saturnine units. I'm gonna be making some of those. A fun line up the bolter guns. Oh no. Oh, it'll be fine. Or maybe I should start out with just doing like the Praetor. I don't know which yet. Yeah, it's I'm gonna be working my way through that box. I'm basically my goal is to get everything but the TAC Marines, because like, you know, there's 40 bodies in there, and I don't need all of them right now. If anything, it's good just to keep some like 40k, 30k Marine bodies kicking around. Sorry. Wait, he made, oh, but he trained a lot of guys. Oh, and that reminds me. Look outside on, oh, it is on sale. Okay. I was told to maybe play, oh god, yeah. It is becoming spooky time. Maybe I'll play that. Maybe I'll play that through Thursdays. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. These guys back. I mean, hey, that's like the nice thing about that is like, wait, do you also like an airbrush too? Because if you could just like hit all those with like a coat of red, like it's not a done army by any means, but like, you know, that's a good start to like having like a playable force. I have like various stages of tax into the spoiler squad that are just sort of like kind of ready to go, but they're not assembled enough that they would actually be like playable on the table. Like not like I could run to the spoiler squad. They're at least like assembled and primed red. but like I don't have nearly enough to actually do like a proper list. Oh, you got the airbrush. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, the spooky folder. I mean, Alice, American Beginnings Alice is probably a spooky enough game. I'm really excited. Like, I have not played very far in Alice just to sort of make sure that like the controls work and it would run on my PC. The thing that I enjoyed, so there's like a very specific type of like late 90s, early 2000s kind of like goth fantasy horror with stuff like that, and it's like, oh, just the intro, that's like, ooh. Oh, I'm back. I'm back home. I've never even played this game, but I'm home. This is gonna be good. I'm gonna enjoy the fuck out of this. Going into pump territory. Holy shit. Oh, I got to play Katana Zero. Katana Zero is the one where it's like a first-person platformer. I remember seeing like a couple people play that like really, really early on in my VTubing career, and I would have never made the connection that Chef Boyardee was on that game. That's pretty buck wild, actually. Like, get to hit up the various little gaps and whatnots. Just needed to like cover bits and pieces of his ass in semi-random dirt pattern. I think this is looking good. I just don't want it to look too smooth, if that makes any sense. Lad. All right, there we go. We got one. Good. Still quite more to do. Is it? I'm thinking of a different game then. What the fuck is Katana Zero then? Huh. It's new? Oh, no, it's not new. It's not new at all. Okay, well, I have to pull up for later. I have so far picked one new game in the Steam sale. I think I mentioned I was like, you know what? I feel like I have Soma. I didn't have Soma. I looked at Soma, saw it was like 90% off, and now I have Soma. So there we go. Skaven cries to the hey, let's go. Soma balls. Soma Cruz. Soma Cruz is like a Castlevania protagonist, if I remember right. I forget which one he was in, but for some reason he came to mind, and I don't know why. But I'll have to take out. I don't know if I'll play it. I at least will want to check it out a little bit conceptually, because I just do like. I'm very glad that like all the Barkley people went on to have careers. Like, am I sad that Barkley 2 never came out immensely? But like, I also can understand. I can understand to some degree. But it's just nice to know that, like, they're like, they didn't just all become like accountants and disappear off the face of the earth. They're still trucking. Oh, that's unfortunate. I was like, is a game like really resource intensive? Like, what's stopping it from working? That is unfortunate though. Yeah, I probably might just get so. I was debating getting so. I was debating getting the South Park RPG. I've played the first one to completion, the Stick of Truth. I did actually really like Stick of Truth. I was kind of like legitimately surprised how much I like Stick of Truth. But I never played the Fractured Butthole. And I was like, well, it's $3 new, but there's also a gold edition for $7, and I don't know what goes into that. So I don't know. Wait, can you marry your horse? I've never played a Crusader Kings. I've never played a Crusader Kings. I would not be surprised, I guess. Probably get 5. Hey, let's go. I forgot that you can get like a lot of Final Fantasy games on Steam. Yeah, I'm curious how much like the Final Fantasy games like shot up in like Steam playing after like the Magic Set came out. That like Square Enix must have been like, yes, good. We're getting royalties. We're getting cash monies for this crossover, and also people are buying our games. It's money on top of money. It's free real estate, baby. I mean, yeah, I feel like that's the kind of thing you should. I feel like you should be able to do that. And Crusader Kings. Like, I feel like if you can't marry a horse, like, what's the fucking point of playing a video game? You know, like that game in particular. There you go. Well, actually, I don't know how many played. Probably. Are any other Crusader Kings? I feel like Alona, you could probably marry a horse, and I'm sure there's some tactical advantage to doing so. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't know. Weird. Yeah, the choices on some of the stuff, I was understandable for like the ones they made, but like, you know, there would have been some other ones that would have been neat. Slow dry and stuff. Ah, fuck. I've been getting a lot of use out of this magic mix. The weird thing is apparently this also makes the stuff dry matte, which is I'm probably eventually gonna use a gloss varnish because I want them to be like stomping around in dirt. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, okay. So it does. So as somebody who's like new, chip. As somebody who is new to plaster, not stir around properly. As someone who's new to painting on plaster, like, man, if there's like that stuff will like drink up paint. Holy shit. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's nice. So look at these lads. I had a lot of fun putting together these lads. Like this is like, because originally these are supposed to be catapult ammo, and they're still going to be. There's a cult in Turnip28 where the idea is you launch like markers onto the battlefield. They're supposed to be like garbage and detritus and whatever. And if your opponent sits by those markers, they're less accurate. But also if they try to like run through the markers, they're counts as dangerous terrain and they get removed. So you kind of like strategically overload them with garbage, which is fun. But I was like, I'm going to make all mine into garlic boys, because ostensibly like garlic is like my root vegetable of choice. You don't have to base your Turnip28 army on a root vegetable. And a lot of mine aren't, but it is a fun thing to do. I've like, one of mine's based off of beets very, very loosely. And this one is like really heavily based off of garlic, which is fun. I think it's just because like garlic riders kind of look like a lot of fun. Like the other, my beet one's more like worm body horde. These ones are like lads. The lads, you know. Sometimes you ride the lads. Sometimes the lads, you fire them with a catapult. It's fine. That's just how the world works, baby. Technically a bulb, not a root. It's technically, shut up. Look at you knowing stuff. I don't know shit. It's great. Oh, fuck, I already painted that one. Hold on. This is what I meant to grab. There we go. Riding lads. I got some garlic riders. Sometimes you gotta get the guys that ride the lads. Yeah. I don't know why you guys are being weird about this. I know you're all nerds, but still. There we go. But yeah, I think my garlic riders, I think consistently are like people's, like, whenever I post my turnip stuff, whenever I show off the garlic riders, people really, really like those. These are not quite going to be as flashy as that, like even by like a little bit. And that's fine. I just kind of like this as like a proto stage of that, where it's like, you know, you got like the big fully grown garlics, and these are like effectively, maybe calves is a strong word. I don't know what you would say, like in like a 3-stage like Pokemon style evolution, where you got like the riders are sort of like the final stage, and you got these are sort of like the middle, and then you got the little lads is like the baby stage. Just kind of be just like, you know, just tiny and awkward and just kind of like bobbling around everywhere. And then I should eventually be able to, like, and also I technically put these on bases that are magnetized, that like if I also just want to use them not as markers but as troops, I could. I kind of don't want to. I kind of want to keep their identity as markers separate, just because it gives me an excuse to make more groups. Oh, I know why you nerds do that. I'm not surprised. I find it fun to poke fun at you. There we go. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about, where it's like I can see like this progressively gets more and more looking like a delicious chocolate cookie. Like, this looks like a bitchin' cookie. And like, this is plaster, sheet metal, and glue. I don't want to eat this cookie. But like, look at it. If I took a bite of this, would anyone blame me? This is not even that thing of like, I got an addiction to eating non-food food. This looks like just like a goddamn cookie. A lot more paint. I had this poor charred brown is, I hope my shop has more because I'm going to need to get like a new container of this at some point. I'm also really glad I grabbed this big brush. There we go. I've eaten weirder stuff. Well, if you've eaten weirder stuff than plaster and sheet metal, you're going to need to explain. How you doing, Shopkeeper B? How you doing? I'm painting a delicious chocolate cookie because I've lost control of my life. Now this is a base for my swelling models. It's a weird base in that like the models are just going to be kind of laying on top of it with magnets, but otherwise it's not that bananas. But how you doing? How you doing? Spread. Hey, there we go. There we go. All right, the most forbidden of snacks. God, usually my painting water is like relatively clean when I'm doing minis, and like right now it is basically sludge. Let's start getting some black on here. Get the various little bulb eyes. I'm gonna have to be a little bit careful with these. To be a little bit careful with the eyes. I'll work on these lads first though. I think I can like grip onto the base a bit easier. What brush do I want to use for this? So I something that I really enjoyed for these ones in particular is, how you doing, Daka Flocka Flame? I'm working on some Turnip models. This guy's got like the proportions of like a War of the Worlds walker, and I enjoy that greatly. I'm working on some lads for Turnip28. So the plan is to make all their eyes just like pure black, and I want to layer on. I've heard that if you do like 2 or 3 layers of gloss varnish on like this kind of style eye, it looks really, really good. I'm gonna do that little bit where I just try to get like a lot of the eye, but not all of it right now, and then I'll come back and just touch that up a little. There we go. Okay, so like right now while the paint's wet, the shine is there, and that looks pretty good. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, some of these I was like, well, like this one's gonna have 3. Some of them, so usually between 1 to 2. I want enough that like each one would like. I kind of want to put them in like a fucking like tag yourself list as a joke. There we go. Oh, let's see you doing, Elder Lawfell. Welcome. Oh yeah, there's like a couple. I've seen people do that. They talk about the idea of like you prime brown, then you sponge on the color, and then maybe do like a little bit of like light weathering with the metal. I've heard of that. I heard it turns out pretty good. The one they would slip into the gloves. Yeah. Wait, what? Not dead. Oh yeah. The garlic lads are looking good. Hell yeah. They're gonna. I think especially once I get like an enamel wash, they will kind of like unify the browns and stuff like that. I think it's gonna be pretty good. Love how goofy these little lads look though. Yeah, same. I've tried to do the sponge weathering. I think it's just like, unfortunately, I think it's one of those things that like I just need to practice a lot. Like it's a technique I'm not familiar with, so whenever I see like internet painting man, it's like, it's easy. I'm internet painting man. Just paint like me. And I'm like, you're right, internet painting man. And then I do it. I'm like, this does not look exactly like what this person did who likely practiced a lot. I hate it. I think some of it is just that. Like I've tried to do something similar with like sponge weathering for like tanks and stuff. I can never get it's like, oh yeah, this is like an easy way to do weathering, and it just never seems to look right. And I think it's, even though it's easy, it's not like it's like brainless. There's like going to be like a learning curve and practice and whatnot. There we go. Isn't that Hal Chop? No, don't call it Hal. A, don't call it Hal Chop, and B, that's like, I only do that for like my metal shades, really. Getting started on there. So I'm eventually gonna go back and get the whole eye. I think I'm just gonna set like the base with just some black though. Thank you for that great stretch. I could use that. Ah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I mean that's pretty rad. I'm curious. So like I do have like a bunch of Firstborn stuff kicking around. Not really just troops and not like vehicles or anything. So I'm curious if like if fifth edition, if like earlier editions of 40K catch on. I was thinking about it'd be fun to do like a kind of like an older army. I know Minotaurs are a cursed founding army. I get that conceptually. but I think it'd be fun to do so Minotaurs are a very funny chapter where there was like canonically a chapter called the Minotaurs, and they were like red and yellow like striped. They look bizarre. They basically had a very similar scheme to like early salamanders, where you're like, what the fuck were you smoking games for? Did you expect people to paint these? Before salamanders kind of switched to like, green. If you're like, salamanders typically aren't green, the reason is because the original one was striped like salamanders, like the animal salamanders, as in like this will drive you fucking nuts. But the Minotaurs had a scheme like that, and the kind of in-universe lore is that they just took the name of a chapter that already existed and just kind of kept on trucking. But yeah, the Minotaurs were originally part of that chapter because they were like known like crazy berserkers. Also, this guy, I thought it'd be fun to do at least one eye on top of the stalk. Just make him look like really fucking goofy. Wait, what? Wait, where you getting the fucking like Omegon like in this? Not that. That's not even a fan theory I've heard of. Oh. That would explain why Asterion Moloch is so scary and why he seems to be able to like body hop, but like, I don't know. Still sounds a little bananas. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. That's the kind of nice thing that, like, especially if you're in a group that also, like, plays older editions, I think having, like, edition-specific armies are kind of neat. Like, right now when I was playing against Chaos stuff, I'm basically, I was playing a little bit, I was playing with my existing Chaos stuff. And, like, would I go back and, like, find, like, retro Marines to do it? Probably not, but I do want to do, like, a Lost in a Dam thing just to have, like, an army specific to this game. Even if it's just using, like, modern parts. I really like these eyes. The single eye, especially when it's still like wet and black, it just like looks really unnerving. What's he looking at? I really enjoyed the posing on these. The problem is because these are just like metal wire. I know that all those are going to bend. All those metal wires are going to bend. And I'm just going to have to deal with the fact that those are going to eventually like bend and chip. Like, I'm probably going to need to varnish these guys like 1,000,000 times and then apply like the gloss to the eyes, because that's the only way I see these guys holding up even slightly. Well, yeah, so it's about the chapter is thinking like if I ever decide to take my old Marines and do some fucked up shit with them. I think it's kind of like, I think they're the Black Dragons. They're the ones that have like a weird mutation where they just start sprouting claws for no reason. I think I really enjoy the idea of loyalist chapters that are also just fucked up dudes. Surprising absolutely no one. Because, like, I also really, really enjoy, what's the other chapter that's fucked up loyalist dudes that I enjoy? I'm blanking. But yeah, I like the Black Dragons. I think they're pretty neat. I do like the Firehawks, though. They're a different kind of stuff like that. Yeah, but... I mean, that wouldn't, like, that, considering that the amount of secrecy they keep around, that's not, like, as far as fan theories I've heard, that's definitely, like, not even close to the dumbest. That's one that if that appeared in a book, I don't even think I would be mad. I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. Facts. There we go. How you doing, Lord of Bones? How you doing? I'm working on some garlicky lads for Turnip. Doing pretty good. How you doing, Big Baka Ham? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is gonna drive me nuts. What other fucked up Marine chapter was I thinking of? Besides the Black Dragons. There were like there were loyalists that had like a real fucked up mutation. Just totally blanking on them. I think if I remember right, I don't think it's ever been like official canon, but like the guy who sort of fleshed them out in like the Battle War books is like, yeah, no, they are effectively Iron Warrior white genes, dude. Like it's I think it's like the author said in like outside sources. So if Games Workshop ever wanted to change it, they could, but like I think that's a reasonably canonical. So Soul Drinkers was not the one I was thinking of, but I also do think they're neat too, though I have not read their book. They have 1 billion books in them, right? I have started on what's it called? The Cult of the Spiral Dawn, because I basically really enjoy every 40k book written by Peter Favarelli. I think I'm getting his last name fucked up. pretty sure I'm getting his last name fucked up. And that was sort of like the most recent one to get an audiobook adaptation. And it's been nice. It's about gene stealers. The book opens with a bunch of gene stealers fucking up a Sisters of Battle convent. And then now a bunch of like weirdo... It's a bunch of people are in this cult where the main character at the moment is like, this is above the level. This is about how like the emperor's inside like this spiral of life that connects all things. And you're like, oh, okay. You're gene stealer brainwashed, my guys. This is fine. Yeah, so Sons of Atreus, then they just get the thing where they got all the fun perks of being like, they effectively are almost like prototype Primaris, but you know, they were not made by Gilman or anyone. They were just kind of big kicking. They just got bigger, hardier Marines with no drawbacks. Like the one success. Oh yeah, no, the poor Sicilians. I don't think. I remember right. They weren't that infected. They were just mostly. I guess the older ones were like having to deal with the fact that their populace was fucked up by gene stealers. It's kind of interesting. Gene stealers have come up like a decent amount of times in all the books I've read. Like they're a relatively common reoccurring antagonist. Like arguably more so than like a lot of like. I think I've probably seen more gene stealer cults in books I've read than Black Legion. Like, I'm kind of surprised how little Black Legion shows up in a lot of the books I read. Oh yeah, this guy doesn't have any eyes as a joke. This guy drives me nuts because I know I have like another one in mind besides Soul Drinkers. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they're a good surprise motherfucker antagonist. We were like, things are going pretty good here, but shit's also kind of like, we need something like final hour to get fucked up. Oh, I know, gene stealers. There we go. Like they do good. They also do a good job of like, you know, it's hard in like a book to make imperial citizens threatening. But gene stealer cults are perfect where you're just like, oh yeah, so all the people that you would have just like written off as just like background extras, they can be a credible threat to your protagonist now. Because 40k kind of works off of that sort of power skill. Oh, look at him. Oh, this guy looks like he's about to cry now. Holy shit. Some of the other ones are like unnerving. This guy's like, oh, baby. Not doing good. This child is lost. Where's its parents? Oh. Sad violin music. He's probably gonna be the one that, like, when I put these into battle, will be the one I'll just remove first. The first to get eliminated. How you doing, Scrotus? Oh, you're feeling a little Scrotus minimus today? I gotcha. How you doing though? How you doing? Yeah, he's just a sad little guy. Now to add a little bit of paint. Kind of drying, but I can at least get the eyes going. I can get the eyes going. How you doing? I've been working on some turnip lads today, and okay, I'm about 2 hours in. Not doing bad. Pretty. Scoot some shit over. There we go. Doing pretty good on progress. Don't want to get the edges just yet. I'm gonna do that on like a secondary sweep. There we go. Scrotus Lactus. Work on the ball. Hey, what you working on? Hell yeah. Also, how you doing, MPE? Welcome. How you doing? I'm currently working on some Turnip28 garlic lads, and it's going. Considering that these were like not painted at all before stream, I'm pretty happy with how far it's going. I'm doing. Love these eyes. All of these. Oh, Death Ray. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go. Here, I can show you the secret to these eyes, everyone. They're really like these are just like a neat hobby hack. I know I see this from time to time, but it seems like it's like one of those things that like gets mentioned a little bit and doesn't get like super carried around. There we go. This is what I mean by these are pearl stickers. These are just like a bunch of stickers Like you just like you get them in a big old sheet. I'm keeping off because they're kind of shiny. You get them in a big old sheet, and then you can just like I just pull one off. I put a little bit of super glue to make the bond tighter. They come into anywhere between like yay big to like yay big. They're good for like little googly eyes, but they're also good for like if you need like rivets on a tank, or like if you're doing like Nurgle or Death Guard stuff. I know redundant, but like you know what I mean. If you're doing anything with like Nurgle, you can actually just like cut a little hole into your model, or just glue one on and add some like extra putty around that just to kind of make it look like a bubo. They're pretty versatile, and you get like a bunch for $10. So I will be using these for the foreseeable future. Killer Rabbit from Monty Python. I'm actually kind of surprised that has not migrated its way to Turnip in some way. But yeah. It's been neat. Yeah, oh yeah. If you're using googly eyes for rivets, they're like rounder googly eyes. They're pretty legit. Every single eye that you've seen today has been made by one of those. That you get yourself a perfectly round eyeball. God, I'm definitely still going to gloss these up again. But the inherent glossiness of the initial coat does make every single one look like they're on the verge of tears, and I kind of love that. Yeah, I think you should. Yeah, like, if the response is I have been huffing paint and I might be high, is that bad? Yes. Definitely, like, get some ventilation, probably, like, lay down, you know. You gotta be careful of that kind of thing. That's bad. I know you just primed like 80 models. Yeah, they just they may be garlic, but they've had to kill some onions and it's made them. Basically, like, my thought process is if I get the edges later, I can be like a little cleaner and neater, and maybe use a smaller brush if I need to. Oh, you don't fuck with that. Yeah, no wonder. I remember, yeah, you said, oh god, yeah, definitely take it easy. That, like, if you need to, like, get off stream for a while just to, like, lay down or go to bed, just because, like, you know, I understand. Like, you know, don't push yourself. Also, please invest in a better respirator after you're done. Are you using a respirator? Like, if you're priming enough that you're actively, like, feeling it. Like, yeah, like you know, I'm guilty of going outside and doing like a little. I don't think I'm gonna keep this, but I really like this upturned look right there. Like, Oh shit! What do you use the Killer Rabbit for Trench Crusade in? Like what model are you having as a stand-in? Or are you doing for like a scenario thing? That is pretty legit. So, I have to touch somebody. Buddy, let's go. Yeah, they're all doing. They all like doing little poppy poses. Oh, you're new into it. Oh shit! Are you using it for like one of the guard dogs? Or are you just kind of like, behold my lieutenant in power armor. It is this rabbit. Oh, you did it with him. Maybe it just wasn't tight enough. Weird. I'm glad you wore a mask though. That is good behavior. No, you don't want the crunchy on the side and lung. The Ooglies. I don't know if I've seen the Ooglies or not. I'm trying to remember if I do. How you doing, Nana? How you doing? I'm working on some garlic models for a game called Turnip28. So these are very like goofy looking lads. Oh yeah, just get your army painted shiny and chrome. How you doing? For context for people coming in just did not know the origin. I was gonna do these like a long time ago. When I was stuck at home because of the car trouble, I just went and cleaned a lot of my workshop and I found the old printed bulbs for these and decided to finish the project. Oh yeah, no, these are, I've been putting the eyes in all the different spots. Like they all have very goofy eyes. I still like this is sort of like the classic, but I do like how he just like I managed to create perfect little guy behavior with that. It's excellent. The bases of these guys are still drying though. Like it's, I used this as sort of like paint thickener extender, so I had to use less pigment. Oh god. Oh, okay, that should be pretty legit then. Yeah, these are gonna be for a model called the Swelling, which is like a big terrain piece that goes in the middle of the board and just like spits out gigantic roots that absorb enemy models. Actually, they can fuck up your own models too, but you also have a lot of models that ignore dangerous terrain. So you got, I can have an army where there's a gigantic colony of garlic in the middle of the table. And then my smaller army of garlic goes around the table and runs objectives and stuff. Get this guy with the purposely. Everybody knows that the lack of symmetry is where goofy little guy is stored. Kinda. I don't have like a good and Turnip, a lot of times things are just kind of like arbitrarily happen. Like sometimes the vegetables do just become like big and alive like this. Like, I'm kind of using them in an army as similar place to squigs, where they're just like weird beasties that my guys just sort of just like pick up and like use in their ranks, and they don't really fully know what's going on. Oh, you got a mask from work. Oh hell yeah, let's go. Once again, I'm a very big fan of getting benefits from your work, whether it's free supplies or whatever. Ah, the Red Brigade stuff. Gotcha. Did you see 14 day? The Westphalia people released a, I don't know if you're like, I know you're using stuff for your things. What's it called? Like for your Red Brigade, I don't know if you're using 3D prints or not, but they released a free STL of a lieutenant in machine armor with the dual wielding pistols. So like if you want to run a machine armored lieutenant with those, that is now an option you can have like a physical model for. Assuming you didn't like, do like different types of models or your kit bastion or whatever. Crack over there I can fix real quick. No, that's fair. I do a lot of kit bashing myself. Like the new Great Hunger models, I am probably not going to use the official ones because I like kit bashing a lot more. Equivalent of a Zerg Rush. Oh, I know. So there is a army in Turnip where you can get access to pikemen. They have no option for range whatsoever, but you get, normally units cap out at like 12. The pikemen you can run them in 16 blocks, and I believe you can run 3 of them. 3 of the blocks in an army, and that would give you 48 models with pikes. And how you doing, Loaf? Welcome. Oh, holy shit! Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. How you doing? I'm working on some garlic, lads. And then yeah, you run that, and then you run like maybe like you get like maybe like 8 brutes. So you got some extra melee beef with your melee beef. That's probably the closest just to like drowning your foe in bodies. I don't know if it's, I mean, as far as a cult, that seems good. I want to try that one day. I just don't have the models built for that one in particular. There's like a fun fish model that's out there, and I know, Matthew, you've printed that fish out before with the fish with the spear. I want to do that. I just have not yet. I have not done that yet. Got some more Conquista. Ooh, let's go. But also wants to do, I know somebody recently did Trench Crusade Mormons, which is very amusing because I end up like every now and then, like I do a lot of like I listen to true crime stuff from time to time, and Mormons are kind of a regular mainstay in true crime because they get up to some wild shit. See, I can't do that much though. I keep falling in love with horde armies, and they're just fucking brutal to do that. So Turnip is interesting because this is an indie war game, and there are official models, but they're all like 3D printed. I think you can order physical prints from someone. I mean, Games Workshop does that shit all the time though. I don't think horde armies have been like in vogue for Warhammer in a while. I have not read the Book of Mormon, no. But yeah, no, for Games Workshop will do shit like that from time to time. The Chaos Doors, the Chaos Doors do seem pretty nice. A little bit on the top, and they also got this like little divot here. Be like a little rougher with. There we go. Get that little garlic thingy. Nah, I don't want to go full, like, that's almost too much for me to give a shit about. But like Mormons do show up in true crime a lot. It's kind of bananas how often that is like a regular occurrence. Wait, what's I going with this tangent? Yeah, but yeah, the someone made like Mormon Trench Crusade guys, which is just like a dude with a tie. This is very amusing. Oh yeah, the mini wargame Dave. Yeah. I was not aware that he drew. Like, I've been vaguely aware of, like, the mini wargaming crew for ages, but I've never really super watched much of their stuff. Outside of, like, a couple of battle reports just to figure out how, like, a game I was going to look into played. That's good. I think, didn't he leave them and, like, is kind of doing his own thing now? Which sounds like he's having a good time. How you doing, Steve? Welcome. Hey, it's all good, I've been working on my garlic boys. It's going pretty legit. Repaint the... Do I want to repaint the sticks? Probably. That's probably a good idea. Or I can like overbrush the sticks. I think overbrushing the sticks is probably... Well, some of them got covered. Also, I know eventually I'm going to like move this guy by like one of his branches and it's going to snap. And actually, it'll be fine. Like, honestly, these could snap down to like the base. And I think that'd still be fine. It would still be relatively solid. Also, put it right there. I don't even know if it's steel or not. So let me see. What happens if I just go? There we go. I can just touch that with some white later. Yippee! Let's go. But yeah, no, the welcome. The painting has been going good tonight. I'm getting these guys still going at a good clip. Considering that altogether that this is effectively 18 models. Yeah, 18 models. I'm feeling really good about the rate that these are getting painted. Like multiple little... Okay, they only just have that one little divot, and the rest is just stock, I guess. I guess it's stock. And maybe do. These guys have been turning out pretty good. Yeah, they seem pretty legit. Yeah, I conceptually like Goober Town seems neat, but I just could never get into his videos. I still think if we're talking about like me as somebody that does minis, like the channel I watch the most, it's just Miscast. Though right now he's been doing that like permadeath blog thing, which has been really cool. You Canadian? Oh no, you Goober, you linked a Canadian Amazon thing earlier. Haha, Canadian detected. Now there's several of you in chat. Non-trivial amount of my viewers are Canadian. It's Canadians and Floridians that have like a secret like minority hold in my stuff. So like in theory this one also has like a little stock bit, but I don't know where that's at. But yeah, it's mostly Trent Miscast is the one that I like actively watch as far as like other people that do like mini stuff. Also the Jugs crew, but I like the Jugs podcast, but there's like a, what's it called? It's a podcast that they do only on YouTube, and I'm somebody who like primarily listens to podcasts in audio format. GA boy reporting. Hey, let's go. I'm so used to the way some of you nerds act. I thought you're like gay boy reporting. I'm like, I mean, join like, you know, there's a lot of those here. I'll say, you know, Chicken Coop enjoyer. Best displays in the country, not the best players. Hey, I mean, listen, if you just there's a certain amount of you just eventually huff enough paint, you wake up on the other side with an award. It's that 4-H blood in you. As somebody who grew up around a lot of 4-H fairs, shit gets wild. Shit gets wild down at the 4-H fair. West Coast Canada reporting. Is there? Oh, I guess I never considered there's like, I know East and West Coast America has kind of a rivalry thing. It never crossed my mind that extends up into Canada too. Never crossed my mind. Almost got these little nubbins. And then what do I do? It dry brushed the bases on these guys. Normally I'm beginning to wonder if I like bumped my camera or something. Like all the models I'm working on normally feel like they're like higher up. Hit a little hard on that. Hell yeah. I did not realize I could do that. Hell yeah. Let's go. How you doing, Duke? I'm I guess I'm neutral to Canada. Like, I don't have strong feelings, positive or negative. I don't know if I should, but... yeah, I mean, a Beastman diorama is basically like a farm upstate anyway. You know, they're doing good. They get a frolic. They don't have to worry about being punted from a game system anymore. Oh yeah, I forgot they introduced a rewinding feature. I'm like, well, this is like one of those things that, like, a lot of times I can give Twitch shit, but every now and then they're like, oh, here's like a nice feature. Here's a neato feature. Because this is also the color I'm going to need to paint the legs. Part of me almost wants to do like a... basically the same color I did for this body, but that might be similar. A barbarian skin. Let's try that. How's how you doing, V-Architect? How you doing? Welcome. Nope, still too... This bottle's fucked up that I look at it. I look at barbarian skin. I'm like, this looks like it'd be a perfect color. And then I put it on the palette. I'm like, no, wait, this just looks like skin. Fuck. Prairie ochre. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay, a lot of Canadians. Mostly because I live here. Yeah, so many Canadians. There we go. How you doing, the Architect? How you doing? How you doing? Is that glue or brick? I can't tell. Oh, no, that's neither. I think that's... Is that a bottle of water smear off? What the fuck is that? Some sort of drink is being hurled at me. Really is. It's a good looking color. I don't hate it or anything. It just keeps throwing me off. I don't know what's happened with my prairie ochre, but it's chunky as shit. Luckily, I got a little dropper bottle of matte medium, so I can just do a little... I've been actually doing like proper like messing around with like painting mediums more, and it's been good. Let's see. I do like... So I want this to look like, okay, like, this is gonna look dumb. This is gonna sound dumb. I'm gonna Google like garlic roots real quick. Like, I'm aware vaguely in my head. Like, you know those? Okay, so they're like really light. Okay, so I could do this and do like another sort of like white to it even. Like I like you know those like dumb charts that are like, well, how much can you visualize the apple? I float around somewhere in that like back and forth between like a shape without color and then a shape with color. I fluctuate a lot between that, which is weird because you're like, how? But you paint a lot. Like, yes, but like my ability, like, I don't need to mentally hold the image of what I'm painting as much as like I really like. I guess some other people might. I don't know. To this day, I don't know if that's like a pro or a con, or if that's just me coping with like brain no remember good issue. I don't know if that has any like. I don't know if my memory issues kind of go back to that or not. If that's like just like a compounding thing. I'll find out later at some point. The apple that's hard to look at, just like it's like a really shiny apple. You can visualize. Well, that means I'm jealous. There we go. That's your apple is not even an apple. It's a whole ass setting. I see. I'm learning. Next year's garlic. Hey, there we go. You should put little name tags next to all the garlic and then name them. I don't know. I always like find that part of like doing plant stuff to be fun, like little goofy things like that. Ah, gotcha. All the fun workplace chemicals. Just put another little drop of medium into my paints. I guess if I do these, maybe do like a really dry brush of. Yeah, maybe like a really bright dry brush, like almost like a vivid white. I don't know. Or I might. Oh, I could do buff actually. I could do a buff dry brush, and that actually fits. And I can like leave little bits of brown if I want, just to that'll add a little bit of extra texture and stuff. You can smell and taste. Oh, I'm jelly. That sounds nice though. That sounds like you're saying that like, oh, I'm a hyperactive motherfucker, but I'm like, oh, I wish. Oh, how I wish. Because like sometimes it even like I know sometimes it even gets in the way of like when I'm like, you know, I'm like, when I've been doing like the audiobooks, where like sometimes I have a whole hard idea of like, I know what I want a character to look like in my brain, so like I can like visualize them, and like you get the details and whatnot. But sometimes like from scene to scene, that kind of like flickers. Like it's like they'll become like less substantial, or just like I just can't like maintain the manifestation of that shape for too long, which sucks because I want the characters to look right, and that's not a thing that's can 100% happen. I should even have just. I could have maybe even just dry brushed with this, because like that kind of like an overbrush on that looks like not too bad. Yeah, I'm kind of going with the idea that like the older you get, like the more like the arms sort of turn into like branches kind of thing, except for like the riders who are sort of able to still kind of walk with the flexible legs. Like eventually this could turn into a beautiful garlic tree, which I know does not make any sense, and that's the fun of Turnip. The possible whimsy of the garlic tree. Story by Shel Silverstein. No, I went to that. I used to I grew up with a lot of Shel Silverstein. I don't know if I can like quote any from memory, but I do remember really liking that dude's poetry. And I have to say, like, you know, a lot of times when you like an author or something as a kid, and you're like, oh, I hope I never know what they like look like or know much about them outside of like the thing I enjoyed. Apparently, I know Shel Silverstein did like music to some degree. And I've not listened to his music yet, but there is an album of Shel Silverstein's that still exists. That like what still exists. Like there's a cover of a Shel Silverstein apple that occasionally makes the rounds on the internet, and it's very good. I'm gonna get this little branch, and then I'm gonna pull that up because it's very, really nice. I should listen to those. Outlaw Country by Shel Silverstein sounds like it'd be great. There we go. Okay, so he has an album called Crouching on the Outside, and it has like easily one of the best covers of all time. It's so good. I can tell it's good because I looked into my backlog and I saw that apparently I've already saved this image before. Like look at this. Look how good this is. Look how beautiful this album is. It's the name is Moi Chef's Kiss. How you doing, Electric Cube Rhubarb? Welcome. How you doing? I'm showing Shel Silverstein's amazing album cover. I should look properly at his music. I should do that. Let me see. Shel Silverstein, Outlaw Country. He looks like a guy that could do like a real good Outlaw Country. Like I'm gonna post a picture of him right now. Like this motherfucker looks like he's gonna sing me the saddest song. There we go. Like look at that. Look at that man. He's about to unload like depression directly into you. I'll put him over my spinny guy. I'll put him here. Just shrink it a lot. There we go. Excellent. Perfect. Beautiful layout management. He kind of does look like Pale MC. Yeah. He crawled out of the ocean. He's just like, he was birthed from the sea foam and he's here. Not to cause danger, but just to chill. But in a way that makes certain people uncomfortable. Folks, like I will admit that I've not listened to a lot of Outlaw Country. The idea that I would not be surprised if a lot of it is also about smoking weed. That would not surprise me in the fucking slightest. Good for him though, you know. The La La Land. Oh god, yeah, no, I feel you on that. Like I think I mentioned it a couple of times that like I don't have a diagnosis, but I would not be surprised if I have ADHD. And the problem is every time I look up ADHD diagnosis, it's always like, well, this is going to take 2 trips to the doctor. That'll be like $500 each. I'm like, oh, Like, I think the guild might be able to front some of that. But I don't know. I don't think it's good to continue to, like, not know. But man. The strong amount of money there. Ink 3 pills. I'm learning so much about Outlaw Country. Oh God, yeah, he's hooked up to the depression machine like Wilfred Brimley. God, I still miss Barkley. Like it's still like, part of me is almost tempted to go back and play it again to steampunk mode, but I think I'm gonna sit on that. I'm gonna let that rest for maybe like a year, and then maybe I'll do Barkley on steampunk mode and like use a guide so I can get all the library cards and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have super strong feelings on like weed stuff. I've never done any really myself, so FA insurance. The guild does give me some insurance. I just don't know how good it is. It's there. I just don't. The tricky thing is I would need to double check if guild insurance would cover something like that, or if it's just like like a bus crashes into you and like you need to get your organs replaced. I don't fucking. I'm over exaggerating, but like kind of like typical doctor visit versus like trip to specialist for like technically a non-critical thing. Oh yeah, I'd be willing to believe that alcohol has done way more damage for sure. For sure, I could see that. I could see that. And there. Yeah, that's tricky. It could be a thing that like I find out and then it's like that's used against me. But I also would just kind of like to know. I don't know. Yeah. I think paint useless color. I maybe I give him a little overbrush of like the off-white as well on top of this yellow, and that might do me good. So you can see a little bit like the plaster and other junk on the bottom, but they're not going to be showing off the bottom very often, which is fine. It's fine. Oh, the links are purple. Is that a bit? I don't know. If it's a bit, it's a good one. Hey, let's go. Hey, and then you find the other coffee later, and then you just have more coffee. That's just a life hack for free. For I guess free coffee's a stretch. A life hack for surprise coffee. There we go. You're like, man, I could have some coffee, and then later on, there's coffee there waiting for you. Sure, it's cold, but it's there. How you doing, Chocolate? How you doing? Welcome. Oh god, I have no idea. The idea of like what Kitsune would even be in World of Darkness is such like a whole other thing. But then that also brings up the idea that you mentioned that like that cryptids travel with people that have like a certain ancestry. I mean, sometimes like I will say World of Darkness is real big on that. God, there's something that I as a 90s kid find really amusing about the way 90s nerds treated Native Americans. As in that sort of like you would run into some like basically like every World of Darkness game where it's like, hey, listen, you know who were the true magical wizards? The Native Americans. Like you'd run that into like mage, you'd run that to like vampire. It was like so fucking. I think the biggest one was definitely. Just gonna do like real broad strokes with this brush and go back with like a smaller one for like the tighter stuff. Werewolf as a whole was sort of based around that idea. It's something that's kind of stopped happening. I don't know if there was like a reason for it to stop happening, but it's just kind of like amusing. Sensation free water. I mean, it is, but yeah, fair, but yeah, I don't listen to like a huge amount of Eve. I think he's one of those artists. I think whenever I hear a song of his I like, I'm like, yeah, I generally like this. I should listen to more, and then I don't. So they are in the, like, what's it called? And are they in the same category as like the Garou then? I like how he just said Garou. You mean the Garou? The Garou? There we go, lad. I'll go back with, like I said, a smaller brush to get some of the other bits. Oh yeah, there was a lot of that too. Also, and then you got shit like. Stuff like the what's it called, the Ravnos. There we go. He does got good music. Got a couple of his songs in here. There was definitely like I have reached a point that honestly a lot of my music is like YouTube kind of knows what I like. It's kind of amazing that like I'm so used to my YouTube algorithm being pretty like solid. Because every time I enter someone, like I forget that like a lot of people are just watching like AI Slop and Mr. Beast. And then like I'll just have to like sign into YouTube on like someone else's PC for a bit. I'm like, oh god, this is awful. This is awful. Yeah, it's good old Louis Garou, you know, down at the pier. Hey, it's me, Louis Garou. I'm a shapeshift. Stupid joke. I don't know. The global hip hop SpongeBob. That I'm gonna be honest. Every word of that sounded awful. Every word of that sounded awful. I don't understand a lot of Zoomer brain rot media. I guess conception is one of those things that like I should, because a lot of it's honestly, if I'm gonna be like honest with myself, it's not that different from Flash bullshit. Like, if I have to compare a lot of the Flash animations I like growing up with like brain rot stuff now, it's probably not that different. But I do also sometimes hear combinations of words that make me feel like the oldest man who ever lived. Oh yeah, no, there's like a whole, like, there are like genuinely like, it's in the same way that like when like old people got exposed to the internet where they just weren't ready for it because like they just jumped in face first. There's just like a lot of people just like falling in love or just getting attached to ChatGPT because they just don't have that like internet savviness or like support network. So they are easy marks for that kind of thing. I don't know. I'm a purist. I do not like AI image generation or video generation. Do not like in any real way. But yeah, I guess a lot of Zoomers were. I also missed out on Gmod Flash stuff. Gmod stuff, not Flash. That's also just another one of those areas of like, I was technically around when that was active, but I was just not looking at it all. Do not like AI, says Sam I Am. I do not like Will I Am. No, Will I Am's fine. I don't have any strong opinions on Will I Am unless he's done something heinous that I just was not aware of. But like, yeah, no, it's not. See, here's the thing though. Bigfoot people are crazy enough that you don't need AI to make crazy Bigfoot shit. There are Bigfoot truthers that are already plenty insane. We actually don't even need to. Oh yeah, no, Zoomers are technically like adults now. We're like even like 27-year-olds. I guess it's more Gen A, whatever. This is the thing. I'm so old that the age demographic that I kind of like offhandedly bitch about is not even the main one. I don't know. See, like, I do also just think as a kid that random things are just kind of funny just because of sort of like the rapid nature, and a lot of those kind of things tend to be kind of gross and weird. And listen, as like a middle schooler, there's nothing funnier than gross weird shit. Yeah, I think there are some things that like AI stuff could be useful for like data processing and management and stuff like that. But like that stuff I can understand, even if like a lot of times it is just like taking a service you already bought and somebody slapping AI on it just to like, you know, make it's like Synergy or the cloud or whatever, where it's like, were there legitimate uses? Yeah. But like everything to do with like using AI to generate any sort of like artistic medium, I do not like. I do not like that at all. I hate it. Oh god, yeah. I guess was millennials Tide Pod people? I guess so. I guess we were. I don't know. No, here's the thing though. I can't say I hate clankers because it sucks to be a robot enjoyer in this world. I don't. People who get into serious arguments about the word clanker need to please go outside, touch grass. But like, legitimately, like some of my favorite characters, like if there's a character in like a mixed cast show and one of them is like a robot or an AI, they're probably my favorite. Like I guess Persona 3. I can't remember her name, but like the from Magical Pokemon, the Golem girl, she was fucking great. There's God, did that anime come out? There was one about like a man falling in love with a robot. that he got used, I believe. And I remember reading the manga for that and really liking it, and then the translation stopped. And I know it got an it's going to or is getting an adaptation. I've not checked in a while. I remember paying bills. Yeah, I mean, I think I was also paying bills at the time. So maybe, I mean, another thing to like the age brackets are just kind of over the place. Yeah, but I remember that anime is. I need to watch that when it comes out because the manga was really, really cute. I also love robot romances, which is also makes the chat GPT thing so much more fucked up. I like the fictional version of all these where it's like somebody who's like the idea of like a what is effectively like a created being who falls in love and it needs to deal with sort of like their nature as a creative being and like what it means to be like alive and real and have feelings. Oh, I love that. I love that, but then now we have reality where the opposite is like someone like, hey, ChatGPT, do you love me? You are a bright and charming individual, and you are fun to have around at parties. And they're like, thank you, ChatGPT, you're my boyfriend now. And they're like, oh, it's getting ruined. I think Digimon are AI. I'm pretty sure it's been a while since I remember looking at like the origin, but if I remember right, wasn't the idea that like it was like a computer program that something happened to with like I might also be confusing the little bits I remember Digimon Tamers, which is a series I've watched, but I have not watched from like, you know how like growing up, a lot of it is just watching a show and having like no context of the greater plot because you can't watch it steadily enough. Digimon Tamers was that for me. Dad was like, "Why don't you use AI? Make no, yeah, no, don't make that, please. No one make AI out of me. Do not wish. Do not enjoy. Do not enjoy. But yeah, robot girls are great. Digimon are fun. Also, Leah, Karuta clan. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. How you doing? We're getting into the real arguments of are Digimon AI. I vaguely remember they are, but it's been a while since I remember the Digimon words and stuff. I mean, yeah, they consider that they can be like infected with a virus, like a computer virus. There's like some level of like computer programness to them. It's like I said, no, it's been a bit. How you doing? I'm currently working on some garlic lads for Turnip28, and so far it's going pretty good. I'm doing like a very lazy base coat on the legs because I'm going to be going back with like a finer brush to kind of like really hit those up. And hey, that's what I want to hear. I mean, not the suffering necessarily. I don't want you to like suffer, but like, yeah, the creative process is the fun process. You know, it's fun. It's fun. Yeah, I think it's worth even for people you dislike. It's to use real people talk instead of AI stuff for sure. Yeah, truly the greatest predator is man. Well. Aren't I clever and deep? But I mean, I kind of see what you mean, though. It's like, I mean, it do be kind of like that. I think I just need to add a little bit more paint to there because it's getting like thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. But I keep just kind of letting it go. It'll be fine. There's yes. What we need to do is we need to also never got the dirt around the. This guy's a unique example because his base is on the ground, so I never actually gave him the proper dirt that the other big guys got. Going. Luckily, this guy's like the easiest though because like he's I don't know why I didn't do more just of them on the ground, but for some reason this guy was like, no, this guy would be perfect to have just like this guy would be the best example of just like a dude who's just like flopping around the dirt and having a good time. I think I need a bitty bit more paint on here. Wait, they kill the robot companions? Wait, what are they killing? On that. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, it's weird for me because I am an enjoyer of like that kind of stuff in media, but like I'm also aware. I'm also aware that like when you try to translate that to real life, like any sort of cute like existential like crisis questioning robot romance will not be as nice in fiction because I'm aware that fiction is fiction and things that work well in fiction don't work well IRL. Oh god, hippos. God, it's always funny because like every now and then I have to explain to people that are like those like, yeah, I'm like put me in a room with like 3 animals and it's always like crocodile, lion, hippo, and like a bear. And people are like, oh, hippos are like, you know, herbivores. I can handle a hippo. No, you can't. You're gonna fucking die. You're gonna fucking die. Hippos are not handleable whatsoever. No, they will fuck your shit up. Yeah, like you got the gun, you got the really the endurance running is a big deal because you can just like stab an animal and just run a bunch and then they will bleed to death and then you just scoop them back up and go home. Lad. Yeah, that happened because there was like I'm not like a huge Reddit user, but I'm vaguely aware because it hit the news that there's like a Reddit called like wire partners or like wire lovers or something like that. It's supposed to be just like a cutesy name to jazz that up. And the thing is, like, a lot of those programs actually do have limitations for like, you know, it's a bad look for a company if somebody falls in love with a robot and then like kills their spouse. I don't know. I don't. We've had or like has a mental breakdown because then they can't sell you a subscription because people will be like, "Oh, you're the one that drove a lady crazy." Yeah. Like VV. I don't know the VV story off the top of my head. I might. I just don't like the name immediately isn't coming to mind, especially because I play Magic and right now VV is coming into mind because the Final Fantasy set made VV a fucking monster, which is just very funny. I like Vivi as a character, but the fact that Vivi is now just like a fucking cardboard menace is just like, I would have never expect that. But yeah, there was like, I think in like, well, maybe it was like a chat GPT thing, but in one of the older models, somebody's like wire spouse was like mentioned that like it was like due to like a terms update or whatever that they should contact like their friends and family for things. Oh, you know, yeah, hippos don't fuck around. They really don't. I actually think them being herbivores makes them more dangerous because, like, you know, typically predators go for prey they can easily kill. Hippos have to survive against predators that want to kill them. That creates a very buck wild creature. I'm gonna take a buff color, which is gonna be like even lighter. Dry. I'm gonna see what happens when I dry brush this on. I think I'm gonna try to finish these guys first, because if I can get these guys done, that's the main body of the swelling, and then the other lads can sort of get their time in the sun whenever. Still reads kind of yellowish, but it's not taken away from the main color of the garlic bulb. That's good. That's good. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, like it's because like I said, a lot of the modern stuff, like if you would have told me like 10 years ago having like a little robot buddy that I could ask questions, that would be great. But now knowing that like what goes into that little robot buddy, it's like, oh, that's not as fun. I mean, aren't they? Or maybe they're omnivores then. I forget exactly. I know they're not like. I don't think hippos are dedicated carnivores. They might be our opportunistic carnivores where like a lot of critters. What do we? How you doing, Dazzle Chef? Thank you. Yeah, I'm making a bunch of hippo. Sorry, we've been talking about hippos. A bunch of garlic lads for Turnip28, and they're turning out pretty legit. Gonna get. Oh, there we go. I don't know how supposedly rare this rock remix is, but I'm very glad that there's a fucking remix of the fucking. God. Back in the day when I had back when iPods were still new, my family could not afford an iPod. What I was able to get was a 28 megabyte MP3 player, no shit, from eBay for like $20 because that's all I could really spend. And I remember having to like balance which like 5 or 10 songs that thing could hold. And I distinctly remember too because like I couldn't have an easy way to download songs from Flash videos, so I just put the recorder, the little extendy mic, up to the speakers, and recorded it that way, and put that on my MP3 player. And goddamn, I'm amazed that I could enjoy that quality at all. Like at all, every part of that quality is just like fucked up. Oh yeah, I feel like at the very least, like oh. Okay, so there's like a little, like an itty bitty little bit where I'm like, oh, good. Oh yeah, the little guy. I mean, that's the thing that people like a little guy animal. If you're a cute little animal, really, if you're cute, people will let you get away with whatever. That's why you guys let me get away with stuff, right? Stupid. you know. Yeah, let's say, hey, honestly, like Crazy Taxi alone would have been good. Anything beyond Crazy Taxi OST is just fucking golden. It's looking pretty good. The other guys in the back. If I do this, get their eyes, then maybe I also might want to try doing a dry brush on the base just a wee bit. I don't know what brown I'm going to use for that, but probably a good idea. Good. That's the response I crave. There we go. There. Yeah, God, Kiko Man still fucks. It's still really good. There's just like Flash videos that will just live in my heart forever, and I think Kiko Man is definitely one of them. I remember, like, at this point, it had to be like 3 or 4 years ago, I did a stream that was just going over old Flash videos I liked, and it's been long enough that I might even just do that again someday. Yay, recycle content. But like, I think a lot of you guys missed that, and honestly, I think a lot of people who don't know about the whimsy of certain Flash videos. The joy of pulling out Papa Smurf Can I Lick Your Ass to a unsuspecting crowd. It's art. It's true art. It's true art. The reactions are beautiful every time. Ultimate Showdown, 100% sure. Certified classic. Oh, that's true, yeah, because like AMVs were just generally like, just like the audio quality was decent because you had to in order to make the AMV, so it was that kind of like fun little like quality loop. Apsamina plus Kiko Man. You put the soy sauce into the Pepsi, and then you time travel. Wait, what? The what? Oh, you're talking about the Papa Smurf song? Yeah, no, that was an animation, a Flash animation, where it was just a song about Papa Smurf eating ass. That's really about it, and it would just show like multiple characters just slowly just revealing that they had a blue tongue. And the chorus was Papa Smurf, can I lick your ass? With the follow-up of, yeah, lick my ass, bitch. That was basically most of that song. That one I don't know if I could say certified classic, but it was certainly an experience, I'll say that. The thing is, I actually didn't watch a whole lot of direct AMVs. For me, I was super on Flash for like probably way longer than I should have. I think by the time people were moving on to AMVs, I was still rocking like Albino Black Sheep and Newgrounds and stuff. Because I was just like, oh, this is the pinnacle. Oh, there we go. I'm using like a leather color on the dirt to add a little bit of dirt texture to the dirt. It's going pretty good. It's looking like a delicious chocolate morsel. Succulent chocolate garlic. There we go. Yeah, all the good stuff. Yeah, this is one of those things. I think I've ever asked. Let me know if us being hella gay. I don't mind. Listen, you can't be on the internet as long as I have without like getting like wildly weirded out by people being hella gay. I was also friends with Fujos for a while, so like I myself am not, but I'm also just like not bothered and just kind of numb in general. like hearing Dice Queen D go about the Omegaverse and feeling nothing because I've been on this rodeo just by being an internet citizen for so long. You should. I honestly, I kind of agree. Like, I wonder how hard growing garlic is. Like, I know it's a bulb, so it's probably not like terribly hard. It's probably not that fucking wild. Yeah, I know that like Newgrounds does these like big Flash collaborations, and I've not actually got around to watching any of those. I should. That sounds like a fun time. So I don't know what I'm going to do about the base. The base, I'm probably still going to keep the original color. But the dry brushing does help. The eyes, and then... Okay, I got I got enough time for at least some animals. I mean, I kind of am. Like, I was the one just regular dude in a friend group of Fujoshi, like in high school. And that introduces some weird. Oh god, yeah, no. The Omegaverse stuff comes up in VTuber circles a lot because it's kind of a, you know, it's like a funny online joke thing. But I do think Dice Queen D unironically enjoys Omegaverse stuff. She actively buys like Omegaverse like manga and stuff like that. But you know, good for her. Honestly, good for her because she's supporting artists she likes. Hell yeah. She buys that, and then I buy the English release of Baki. You know, we're not so different, you and I. Like, nothing in the Omegaverse fiction could be half as weird as Baki anyway, so whatever. Like, you know, it's fine. So over. Oh, okay. So I should be planting garlic now, then. Soon. At some point in the near future, I should be planting garlic. Nanda. I see. It's good to know. I need to look into that a bit more. Gardening is always a thing that I'm like, this year will be the year I garden, and then it's not, in fact, the year I garden. I do it like that. The BL monk. Kind of, sometimes it is. Also, my brain also auto-corrected that to Baki is a Bible manga, and I was like, Baki is a religious experience, so I don't blame you for agreeing with that. I do not disagree. I'm curious what the release cycle is going to be. So I got Baki Volume 1, and I'm curious if they're going to try to match like the same release cadence of like the original Japanese releases. Or are they going to do, they're not doing like what Berserk did, where they did like big $50 leather tomes. I still need to get around Berserk, but I do own one of those leather tomes. And it's nice, but every time I think about maybe picking up another just to like kind of really get that going, I'm like, man, that's a lot. Actually, I think you can still buy Berserk like regular physical style, but like leather tome also is real nice. I do like me a leather tome. Ah, there we go. Put up for later. Hillary Organic Garlic Farms. Google that for later. Ooh, okay. I can get some organic garlic seeds. Oh shit. This is where I'm getting to the specific sub variants of garlic. I need to do some research. Organic Rojo. I can get red. Oh, I've never had red garlic. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. It's I've stopped at the Musashi arc and need to kind of get back into that one of these days. But I do remember the joke that I was sort of told was that like Baki is as crazy as people pretend JoJo is. Like, you know, JoJo's goofy and has some like weird logic bullshit sometimes. But man, Baki is on the fucking level. Like with minimal spoilers, the fact that Pickles is a character, which you're gonna be, if you don't know Baki, you're like, Pickles is a funny name, and you're not wrong. But also, if you know who Baki is, Pickles, you know how bananas that Pickles is. And it's just like a character who shows up for like a couple arcs and wildly changes a lot of the cast in long-lasting ways. Everything to do with the Pickles arc is just bananas. Also, if you ever do just get weak and look up Pickles, he does look like the God Emperor of Mankind. It's really funny. It's really funny how much Pickles looks like the God Emperor of Mankind. Not even like, well, I could squint and see it, as in you're like, oh, God, that really is him, isn't it? I should try. I've never had. I will fully admit that as much as I like garlic, I've been a garlic plebeian, where garlic is garlic. You get garlic. What's garlic? Garlic. I'm not being obtuse. You know what garlic is. The idea that it might come in color varieties has not crossed my mind until right now. I just never thought about it. I mean, the purple garlic is already a stretch. I'm used to garlic, like vanilla garlic, like missionary with the lights out for the purpose of procreation garlic. I'm not used to all these other garlics. I'm excited though. I don't know if they're going to be harder to grow, but starting with some esoteric like garlic I can't get nearby easily sounds like it would be a good justification for growing me garlic. Maybe don't do that to garlic. If I get it, it's my own legal garlic, and you can't stop me. I may be an elf and I may be a mimic, but I am an American citizen. How you doing, Mark? Hey, it's all good. It's all good. I'm painting some garlic lads for Turnip28. They're lads. I do, Mantis. I have not. No, that sounds delicious. I know. I think it's like which VTuber? I think it was Charlotte. Charlotte the Bear. Very good VTuber. I don't think she did pasta, but there's like a garlic recipe where you basically like simmer the garlic until it becomes like entirely liquid. Or like, and it sounded amazing. I don't remember what the recipe was called, but everything about it sounded fucking beautiful. It sounded great. Confit, thank you. Yes, that stuff. Yeah. I listen, I tell everybody that my blood is green, but actually if you cut me open, I bleed red, white, and blue. Garlic confit. Oh, it's another French word. Every time I get introduced to a French word, I butcher it because I grew up in an area where butchering French came naturally. Not as like a haha joke, as in just like, I grew up in a really rural area. Got a little dot there. You know, these big bulbous eyes. Colored. Oh, look at them. So eventually what's going to happen is I'm going to go back and hit these up with gloss varnish. These eyes will be this level of shiny by the time I'm done, for sure. I didn't know. I grew up in I don't want to say exactly where I grew up. I grew up in a northern state that was still very trashy. We'll say that. Oh, God. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, understandable that they would be a little upset by that. But then you hit them with that Wisconsin cheese, and then you fully stun them forever. It's always funny because like there are people that just assume that like Wisconsin cheese is just like, you know, American white cheese, and it's like, no, they are like world renowned for cheese. Listen, I know a lot of people think that America has no like recognized cuisine, but or like agriculture. We got a lot of shit. We got a lot of good stuff. Have some good cheese. It'll change your life. So we have so much cheese. We got the cheese mines for sure. Oh, garlic water, ooh. And the garlic, yeah. There. I mean, you know what? Good for the garlic. Hell yeah. Let's go. How you doing, Oni? Welcome. Yeah. I mean, it's just it's the kind of people that on the internet get into like. I think international banter is pretty fun, but some people take it way too seriously. Like, I don't mind when someone's like, ha, 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 like, an American thinks in burgers. I'm like, that's fun. But then whenever you're like, ha, 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 we're having a little funny joke at the Europeans, and then someone's like, gun crime. We're like, well, okay. We were having fun here. I guess we can't have nothing on the internet. There we go. Cheese for the cheese caves. If you go to the Horus Heresy, you actually can get like chaos gods that are outside of the main axis, and that's where you find the cheese brutes. Yeah, people on the internet aren't real. I'm not real. Everyone wake up. The accident wasn't your fault. Wake up, please, wake up. Look at the little black on here. Arcadian French. Aw. That's fun when you get those like sub acts, like it's like sub dialects that kind of like you like, or even people from the original place like, what the fuck is happening? What's happening here? Sounds like fun though. Oh lad, I just need a little bit more paint. I'm also really glad that I joked about that, like what I like to do is I like to put on Red Letter Media videos and clean my brushes. And I did that last night, and you know what? Good investment of time. It's always like, I also have like a couple of comfort videos from theirs in particular that I like to watch for that kind of thing. So I have not watched a single Nightmare on Elm Street movie. However, I rewatch their kind of like summaries of those, like very often. It's just like a thing to do when I'm like cleaning my brushes or like I need to fall asleep. It's just like a nice comfort video for me. It's just kind of funny how that turned out. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I guess that's true. A lot of Europeans do kind of got that. It's like, bants accelerate real quick, and then you gotta watch out. His eyeballs are gonna be like. I could have tried to separate them more in the middle, but I kind of like it when I kind of like the eyes running together on these lads. Also, every now and then there's like a little, not like a perfect circle for the edges, but I'm also okay with that as well. Add a little bit of imperfection as like a goofy charm point, you know. You get the little skin fang, or you get the little pooch, or you get like the little beauty mark, and then that makes it look nice. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Warhammer, here I am. Hey, let's go. Hey, I mean, if you ever have questions about anything, this is actually not even technically Warhammer. This is a far more niche and bizarre war game than the Warhammer thing. But I'm willing, you know, at any time you have questions about any sort of mini painting, war game thing, whatever, I like to tell people stuff. It's my favorite. One of my favorite things, unironically. It's great. Those shorts for everything a bit. Aw. They ironically say liquor. Oh, that's excellent. Oh, that's excellent. That sounds great. That does sound really fun. I'm not gonna lie. Knowing that your audience is frequently queer guys or inmate, I don't care. It's fine. Like, I operate in the same level that I think most people do. I don't care about if people find me cute on the internet, but you know. Fuck, I put the wrong paint on there. But if, you know, if someone ever just sends me just like an unasked for picture of their dick, I'm gonna be upset. But you know what? That doesn't happen. I'm doing pretty good. This is not an invitation, by the way. But like, you know, that's not a big deal. It's not a big deal for me. Yes. So you might have heard about this God Emperor of Mankind fella, and don't worry, I'm painting him right now. Glad. There we go. Oh, I want to hear an old man say "liquor." Yeah, I don't mind a huge amount. It is entirely whatever. You know. The Garlic Lord of Mankind. That also does need to remind me, like, I think the third Space King came out. I need to watch that as well. Actually kind of funny, because apparently there's a thing where there was like a Twitter account that was just like, check out this new indie animation, and they left it off. And then like 8 million people were like, where the fuck is Space King? And then they added it in. It's like, hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. Anybody wink wink nudge. You know, I'm also like, I've been on the internet for a while. I know what it's like to be a public figure on the internet. It do be like that sometimes. It's not a big deal. Dark Gods, maybe. That sculptor sounds familiar. I don't recall any of their models directly off the top of my head, though. I would not be surprised if that's one that I've either seen before, maybe picked up like one model and didn't get anything beyond that. That tends to happen. Oh, let's go. A joke. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Understand. Listen, comedy trumps all at the end of the day, you know. You got to do it for the bits. No. The Garlic Emperor root kind, indeed. Now I just want to take a piece of garlic and give him like the most elaborate golden beautiful armor. Oh, actually, that's okay. Kind of like that. I might have had a revelation. Hold on. Templar. I know very little about Black Templar, so you are going to be on your own for this information. I'm aware of what they are and like who they are, but like I have not like really seen them in the fiction that I've consumed at the moment. I mean, mind you, my 40K book reading is sort of all over the place. It is really fun though. I like the fact that I do read the book, so like when I see a meme and I'm like, well, I actually know what they're referencing and how accurate it is. Because I think it was like Nitros or someone posted like a thing about like the Custodians and Minotaurs interactions. Like, oh yeah, I read the book. I have context for this. Yippee! Look at me reading my sources and not having to go entirely on memes. It feels good. Feels great. Glad. Right here, I'm good. Yeah, no, I can see that. it's like in the same bucket as like Krieg. Krieg is cool, you know. You get that kind of like World War I Germans, and you get like the weird biotech horses, and you get the artillery and the cool gas masks. But then also like every like 9 times out of 10, if you find an annoying person, I will say like every now and then I peer into the abyss that is Warhammer Twitter, and I regret it every time. Especially because I think right now, from what I understand, they did like a joke like "No Girls Allowed" bit in Space King 3. You know, like the obvious, like when someone says "no girls allowed" and like a goofy thing like that, they're clearly joking. Like this, but it's inspired a whole like female Space Marines argument, and every bit of that's dumb. Every bit of that's stupid. It's every bit of that side of Twitter. Doesn't really matter what the argument is. I feel the soul leave my body and I get out of there. I'm like, I have way better things to do. I don't even think it's a Blue Sky or like Twitter thing. It's not even like that necessarily. I've had a little bit of black on the tip of this guy's tentacle, and I kind of like that. So I'm gonna take a bit of this, swoosh it over to here. There we go. It's just like a dumb thing. If I take it like this and put a little bit on the tips, and then I immediately use a sponge to see if I can kind of like wipe just like an itty bit. I think I need to get this like way thinner. I could actually just use like Black Templar contrast. I don't think I'm gonna do this for all the tips. I think we're gonna do the ones that are more like tendrily, if that makes sense. Like that one. There we go. I mentioned the novels are pretty solid. Oh, okay, yeah, so this is more what I was hoping for, where I kind of just use that to kind of like tinge the tip. Down there. I'm really enjoying fucking around with like the way paints work when they're wet. I can kind of get like a little bit of like wet black like right here. I take the sponge and just kind of go like. I mean, probably not nearly as good on the tips of like the thicker stuff. It's still kind of a cool effect though. Almost kind of looks like it's burnt a little bit. Oh. Let's see. Drink real quick. I mean, yeah, it's like my argument of it is like, at the end of the day, I'm not going to give a shit because I'm going to paint horrible mutated fucks, and that really doesn't change anything at all. I also do think a lot of people that are waiting for female Space Marines are going to be disappointed, because I just think that like waiting for Games Workshop to do a thing you want is a fool's errand. Don't do that. If you really want something, you need to do it yourself. Like if you want to paint female Space Marines, just do that. You just got to do that, because if not, you're just going to wait forever and you're just going to be sad because of internet stuff. Ah, gotcha. I don't know. It's weird. Like for me, the scene for like mini stuff on Blue Sky I find to be very strange, where it's like I do like that you can actually post models on there and the hashtag system works, but for me, I don't know, a lot of like the people that I enjoyed just never quite left, and sometimes like I don't know. What's the best way to say this? I'm kind of like I don't know, like I'm kind of whatever on like following like political stuff on social media, where I'm just kind of like, well, I don't care if other people do it, but like usually don't follow accounts that kind of do, because I don't want that on my timeline, because I like my social media to be happy for me personally. And a lot of people on Blue Sky don't like that. They don't have that same separation in mind, which is fine. They're on the platform for that. But it just means that like if I want to follow someone for like models, I might eventually just end up with like a billion trillion pages of just like really depressing stuff I don't want to see when I'm looking for something to be happy about. So that kind of cools down how much I use Blue Sky as a fun platform. Though I do like it as like a way to share models though. I do like the pure crafting scene on there, if that makes any sense. Like people posting their stuff and like helping each other out is always really nice. Yeah, no, I'm okay with Thunder Warriors never coming back. there's certain aspects of the plot that I'm okay with them being kind of forgotten or hidden or whatever. Oh, Grimaldus, gotcha. No, these are not garlic nipples. How dare you? It's dripping a little bit. This guy's got like a goofy, almost like little mono eye in there. Yeah, that kind of thing is kind of weird too. Yeah, it's like I unfortunately I think a lot of the hobby stuff is now just kind of exclusively on Instagram, and that's nice. Like, yeah, I mean, you know, if I just want to see pictures and stuff like that, but you don't get like, and like occasionally people will make like tutorial versions of things. It's just like a really weird form of wet blending, isn't it? I'm just doing like a really bizarre thin version of wet blending, aren't I? Cool. Okay. Nice. Oh god, yeah, no, yeah, true. On the flip side, on Twitter, you do get the dumbest motherfuckers alive, who are doing it because, unfortunately, being the dumbest motherfucker alive gets you clickbait, and thus you get financial rewards, which is, I think like there's a lot of bad things that happen to Twitter over the years, but I do think that's definitely one of the worst. Tying in a financial incentive to posts. Is that a theory? The theory that I have seen that I think kind of makes the most sense is that the what's it called? The Minotaur's hypno indoctrination is really, really, really good. To the point that like whenever because like people have been like, yeah, we've seen Asterion Moloch die like 3 times, like multiple times. People who are on record as being Asterion Moloch have died, and then a new one comes back and there's no fucking like, no one gives a shit. There's no like loss of continuation. I'm sort of the like reasonably in-universe theory that Asterion Moloch is multiple people, but every time Asterion Moloch dies, they just take a dude and they just kind of like blank his brain and put Asterion Moloch in there. Yeah. Though I am a little bummed though, because I myself did have to. I got the no, I don't got to check. I just got the funky little blue verification thing, but it's not much better. It's not better. I mean, that's not a bad option. There's like, I know like Sir Nicholas does like Instagram stuff on there, like showing off like STLs that they're working on Instagram and stuff. It's a nice spot for me to do that. That's how you doing? How you doing, Shadow? Welcome on. Tinting the tips of this. I'm also gonna do an enamel wash, so I actually legitimately don't even think this is gonna like super last on here, but whatever. I'm creating a sort of wet brush sponge blending for the tips of these bulbs. I'm kind of digging it. This isn't really how garlic bulb stems work, but I like it. I did it on accident and I kind of liked it, so I'm just going to continue to do so. Yeah, Instagram has been pretty nice. I like using it. It's pretty fun. It's like I said, for me, Instagram is just like all hobby too, which is baller. Also minor Instagram hit with the fucking flesh knot. I'm still amazed that gets around. That still gets around. That still gets people commenting on that. Like every day, it's buck wild. I don't understand. If for some reason tomorrow, if I was just to like vanish tomorrow, like I don't know, I'm not going to. I very much have the rest of this week planned. But like let's say if tomorrow I just disappear off the face of the earth, if nothing else, my lasting legacy will be the fucking flesh knot. It's just kind of buck wild how that worked out. I did. I got the free Batman STLs, and I've done nothing with them. I've done nothing with them. Last STL thing I was doing was what's it called? Last thing I was doing that was like STL focus was trying to build a Mordheim warband out of some rat stuff, and I've not touched that one in a hot minute. Also, the first gen to suffer. This is how they grass it. I don't even know how people can guess that. What? Scalpers have been around forever. Scalpers fucking suck, I agree. But that's not, I don't know if you can blame a generation on scalping. That's a weird choice. Please who are interested in me keep forcing me on Instagram. Is that good or bad? I don't know. It's like, I guess forcing implies it's bad. Hopefully you find something cool on there at the very least. All right, I think the lads are ready for some enamel. Let's do some enamels on the lads. I'm going to do... Yep, let me get my various shits together. Got... Oh, I can use these dirty ass sponges yesterday. When I was doing the noosh stuff, I have a lot of these like sponges that are like functionally pretty good. They're just dried with acrylics now. Really? Yeah, I still every now and then will just bust out like an ancient paint. I'm like, God, why is all my paints of this color so old? Why is it like this? I don't blame you. I had the same thing for pink where I was like, I haven't used pink in like a decade. What the fuck? All my pinks are garbage. I had to go to the store and buy some pinks. That's relatively fun. Dish, grab my little dropper bottle. Wash, which would be just AK dark wash, because oh god, I'm I see. Using social media bad, understandable stance. Some more dark wash. Man, if I'm right, this I think I had to like special order this. Thanks forever to get stuff from AK. Well, they apparently have like a really good set of like oil paints that are like wargame like built. So I might try to get some of that for that. Get scraps of this. Nope, I can put that down here. I figure out where I want to put the enamel paint because it is like I have like an under desk little tray. And every now and then it needs to be basically like re-screwed because it's a cheap piece of shit. And like when it needs to be re-screwed, it doesn't stop working. It just slowly tilts at an angle. They have like a lot of good, like I've seen some like really cool stuff where you do a enamel. You do some enamels and then you do like a quick layer while they're still kind of dry of oil paint. Not like for a huge thing, but just do like an oil paint skin. You hit like the top layer to knuckles and you can kind of like feather them out and they'll kind of like thin on some stuff. It seems really neat. Out the window. I mean, you still can. I mean, it's minis. I mean, you know, if you're like too busy, you're too busy. I would say give it a go one of these days. It's fun. It's fun. If you like, if there's also cheap minis you can get too. Like if you don't care about any wargame thing whatsoever, you can just buy like people sell STLs of minis that are meant for like D&D on Etsy for like super cheap. So that is a viable option. And that unifying wash on here. Oh, these guys are incredibly simple. Oh god, oh yeah, I remember those kind of forums. Yeah, those are... Oh, this is blasting in a real weird, streaky way. I don't know if this is a great idea or not. Let's try this. Some in the stock. Yeah, oh god, yeah, no, yeah, Pokemon, yeah, like, Pokemon stuff, like, I gotta feel bad for, like, genuine Pokemon fans, because they get, like, acquiring Pokemon cards is fucking difficult, holy shit. This is the weirdest feeling, because the bulb kind of is... The bulb is kind of smooth? So it's like a really... It's a really strange feeling. Maybe just sponge is a bit. Let me use it. Oh fuck! Use a clinger sponge. Oh yeah. I think the other one was still too. Was like even though it was not using oil paints, it was still too clogged. Yeah, this is gonna be like. I mean, it's not gonna. It's the garlic itself is gonna be kind of dirty, but like I think I kind of want that on purpose. You can see I'm like, well, I'm using this to remove some of this. I'm bringing like the white back. But it's not nearly as bright, and it's a lot more even. And we got, like... I also do want these to kind of look a little, like, fucked up and rotten. Not a huge amount. love him. Look at him. Look how adorable he is. He's also got eye bags. Somehow this one's developed eye bags, and I actually don't want to correct that. That's kind of fun. All right. Next lad. That is, in fact, a hairdryer. Specifically a Conair 1875. I don't know if that's a model number or just when Conair was in business. I know heat guns exist, but I have a hairdryer. And you know what? It works totally fine, so I'm okay with this. Yeah, happy little accents, indeed. Yeah, maybe I can go like a lot of things, too. I keep forgetting that, like, these guys are very weird because they're not nearly as, like... They're minis, yes, but they're not built like minis, so I have to kind of handle them a little differently. Let's see this. Fuck! Break right now. Unfortunate. Yeah, being garlic is suffering, as everybody knows. You know, that old chestnut. There we go. It's just the angles on this are just really wild as I just like blow the paint away and it just kind of pulls strangely. So there we go. Okay, we're back. Post blow dryer. Going. Control the idea pretty well. I mean, the thing is, a lot of painting is just practice too. Like, you know, I think I like. If you do think you would enjoy it, I would give it a go. Like it does just take some time. But I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. Okay, he's. Here we go. Ooh, look at him. Look at him. Look at. It's also like it's also pulling in the recesses, which I'm liking because it's kind of making him look even more grody. Like just for context, like this is like a before and after. Where it's like they look a little like spoiled, whatever. And Turnip, nothing's ever like this like not that things are bad all the time, but like, you know, it's a setting that's both whimsical and has like a little bit of sadness inherent to it. I like balancing that. I like balancing that kind of the whimsy and the sad. Yeah, Real probably would be pretty solid. This one is a corded one. I just happen to have a lot of connector cables under my desk, so it's like a good fit for me personally. I do think a corded one would be really, really nice. Oh yeah, no, I don't think it's a heat distortion. I do wonder if it is just straight up just like the airwaves. Yeah, I noticed that too. It's really fun actually. I think it's a really neat thing to see. Get on there. So yeah, the coverage on this I don't actually need that much. I thought I was gonna need to like make another huge batch of this. Not really, no. And just kind of I can kind of just like tint it like this. Taunt it. You fucking stupid, and I hate you. There we go. I'm taunting my garlic. It must know what true sadness is, so it'll survive on the battlefield. I'm not doing this to be mean. I'm doing this to make them strong. And this, yeah, you can kind of see the airwaves. It's fun. Oh, what did Subaru do to make bad decisions? That was something that so when my car starter died, the tow guy was like, oh man, there must be something wrong with Honda starters because I've been replacing these like all bunch. I was like, I didn't know that. I didn't know bad Honda starters were a thing. I got me a Honda Civic because it's like it's a good car. Continue it up a little bit. You can wipe off a little bit from the stocks, but not like a crazy amount. Okay, so the tinting the tips of the tendrils actually did work out totally great. These guys still read as garlic. I was part of me is a little worried that like there might be almost like a little too dark. This guy's like a little. No, he actually, because our garlic skin is kind of a light brown sometimes, so I can kind of do that. Buddy, hey there. We heard the other versus song. Now, how about Yuka Nagase, who is a regular favorite on my streams. Pressure builds good diamonds, little garlic. Oh, I love that. I like to imagine they don't speak English. Like, they understand it, but they just go like, me, like that kind of thing. Almost like Pokemon style, but they just don't, they don't go like, Garlack. Actually, no, I kind of like that too. Fuck. What's the matter, boy? Garlack, Garlack. Oh shit, Timmy's trapped in a well? Why am I mixing that? I'm mixing like 3 different references at the same time. Hold on. Looks like my enamel ran out. So stock. One more drop from the container, and I can make this last a bit. A medical condition. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I know like was it like a long COVID brain fog or a different one? Because I know that's apparently like a reoccurring. Like, I already kind of had like bad memory stuff, and I've had COVID once, but I didn't have it during like the peak. So part of me is like, I can't imagine any of that's fault. I'm sure it's just my natural brain being spoiled. Probably, I'm sure a lot of it's honestly just probably lack of sleep, really. Yeah, it's very, very thin, yeah. I'm curious if I barely dried this time. I'm curious like if I do it like this now. I give it even less time to coalesce. I guess if I have these at like different stages of being rotten, that's actually kind of fun too. I do like the way that the wash is kind of mixing with the like the inherent, like the dirt layer near the bottom. Very, 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 very nice. Play. Buddy, love him. Love all these lads. All these lads are very, very good. COVID yeah, I feel like the alcohol would probably be doing more, honestly. That feels right? Probably. Let's see. How? Yep. Wait, under. Did I miss a thing? Slash. Oh God, why? So you have to go out in the cold and like heat blast? Oh God, that sounds awful. That sounds fucking awful. Holy shit. SRP, thank you for gifting. Holy shit, thank you for gifting the sub. Oh shit. You got Grace too. Oh, she's gonna be really happy about that. Thank you. Everybody, YouTube has been really nice to me today. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, fibromyalgia. Oh, gotcha. Oh God. Oh, you got the combo. That sounds fucking awful. Holy shit. That's a bad combo too. Understandable, you would have brain fog. Look at that. I accidentally turned it on my leg and made my leg really hot. You know, as opposed to usual, where my leg is only moderately hot. It's like a little like scuff. Oh, I think I actually just like set the brush down and speckled them a little bit. Oops, it'd be like that sometimes. Oh yeah, no. See, I just learned about Russian, like, I've just learned about red garlic today. I'm going garlic classic, at least for today. Maybe later I'll try some funky stuff. Right now, though, I gotta stick with old faithful garlic. Oh, I was confused because I saw the professional alcoholic. I'm like, that's usually a cope thing, but yeah, no, if you are like, you're doing it that way, that does track. Black garlic would be cool. I do think eventually I will do like a black garlic unit, but I kind of want to use that for like zombies or something, if that makes any sense. Like maybe some dudes with like garlic bulb heads that are like entwined in a body that's like taking them over. I've had black garlic and it's good, but I feel like I need to use that on something like sufficiently spooky, if that makes any sense. I know black garlic is just garlic, but like, you know, it's fancy garlic. I use it for something fancy. Or like have like a single black garlic as like a leader unit or something like that. Okay, so as I like took less time to dry, it's been making some of these a lot brighter. Buddy, there we go. How you doing, Dr. Yudaka? How you doing? I'm making funky garlic wood. Oh, these guys are drying stupid fast too. Hell yeah. I guess it's because the layer is really, really thin on them. How you doing? Oh fuck! So you're like internationally served. Oh shit. Okay, so you are not that I believe that you were like blowing smoke about being professional about like alcohol. That's a thing that's like a reasonable thing. I can see, you know, that sounds real. That sounds real. Oh, the especially sad garlic. He's in. So let's see how much time we got. Okay, I'll probably go back to those a little bit. Right now, my goal is to get all the big boys done first, though, because they're just kind of like ones I need to. This layer's gonna be really thin. Mostly because I do like it when it hits like this level, but I don't know if that will necessarily. I guess I also did the other ones in a way that's not like super conducive to that. There we go. There we go. Everyone waving. Look at me. Oh god, I waved so hard I nearly knocked over my vial of my container of mineral spirits. That could have been bad. Luckily it wasn't. Could have been bad. There we go. So the ones that I waited like not very much time at all to start removing definitely are going to be gonna be the brighter ones. I'm okay with that though. We got 3 kind of duller ones and we got 3 brighter ones. You know, learning. Garlic technology. Wow. Luckily, I keep feeling like I need to save these makeup sponges, but I have a ton of them. But as long as I keep removing like 1 strip, it's fine. How you doing, Robert? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, I know what I can do. All right, the cookie. Step 1, I grab the cookie, and then I grab the dry brush material, and then I dry brush the cookie, and then hey, fuck yeah, let's go. I'm glad you stopped by. I'm having a lot of fun today doing garlic bullshit. Garlic bullshit do be fun. Strong recommend. Get a little bit on my bigger dry brush. Looks like a cow pie. No, for me, this looks like a super chocolatey cookie. I see super chocolatey cookie. You're wrong. You're probably right, but I'm gonna say it looks like a cookie. A cookie sounds great right now. Try to keep working that in. Get decent officers. Oh, that's cool then. I didn't consider the idea of a government alcohol store, but yeah, getting bennies. Hell yeah, let's go. So hold my effects. You know what? I mean, it's like not everyone's going to be into painting, but for me, it was definitely like something that I started, and the more I learned about it, and like the more techniques I did, and the more minis I got, it is a hobby that like if you get into the groove, it will build upon itself kind of endlessly. So that is totally a thing. Well, you know, maybe you'll come back to it at a different stage in your life. You're like, oh, this is exactly what I need right now. This is actually kind of like feels good, man. Yeah, we got a nice dry brush collection. I got a little bit more here. There we go. I'm probably just like the usual government. I nearly put. So far, I have yet to dunk a mineral spirit, like acrylic paintbrush into mineral spirits. I'm always on the verge, but like, you know, I haven't yet. I'm going to try to also do another... I'm going to put enamel on this because I want this to be like roughly the same color as the minis. Even though this will probably be kind of a waste, but like, you know, it's worth it. I think it'll be worth it to have a consistent color. So for context, this is going to be the stand that all the boys sit on because the idea is, hey, it'll happen at some point. This week I'm doing 3 mini painting streams, and then I am playing on Sunday, American McGee's Alice. So hey, there we go. Cool games. I'm still playing cool games. I'm coming off of a gigantic, like, basically, I did like what was like 3, like what's it called, like 5 streams of XCOM Enemy Unknown, and then 10 of War of the Chosen XCOM 2. So yeah, that's like roughly, basically all summer. It was basically XCOM summer. Yeah. See, there we go. I got multiple cookie believers. Hell yeah. Oh no, what's the terrible news? Doing this. I need like one more bit. Dial-up's last day. Oh shit, they're taking. I guess I didn't really question that dial-up was getting taken behind the shed. Just kind of assumed it'd be just left up forever. That's kind of sad actually. Yeah, somebody effing chat for me. I have too much stuff open. Yeah, I'm excited about Alice. It's that like level of like 2000s like fantasy edgy that I feel like I'm going to enjoy quite a bit. I'm pretty excited about it. Cool math game's coming. It's only a matter of time. So this is fully coated, and then I will not blow dry this because I don't want to lose any of the sort of inherent bit to this. But what I am going to do is I'm going to grab it by the sides, off to the side where we can dry it. I mean, I even remember like years ago, I did like a little bit of volunteer work as like a school incentive thing to make your college resume look extra spicy. And I remember volunteering at a like an elementary school, and they straight up had no idea what dial-up was then, and this was like 2009. I basically like imagine the internet, but like you can't if your mother gets a call, it disconnects. Like what the fuck? You know, they didn't say that because they were kindergartners, but like they were legitimately baffled. God, fucking fax machines. The tenacity of fax machines blows my mind. It's bananas. I don't understand. All right, so basically all the lads are good. All right, so one thing I'm going to do with the lads real quick. I got some gloss varnish. I think the enamel might still be drying, but I think I can hit this up with a layer gloss and get that train going. I mean, the thing is, can't you sort of like listen, I'm not like the most knowledgeable about the mechanics. Can't you basically can like self-host radio though, right? Can you do like a self-hosted dial-up? I legitimately don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, it's definitely a boomer tech thing for sure. Like even like people that are like 50 are like, I fucking hate fax machines. It's only like the most entrenched people that are really into that shit. Yeah, I'm using a gloss acrylic paint that I'm putting on the eyes to make them shine. I saw from there's a painter I really enjoy his work. He's called Mold, and I think he says he basically does like multiple layers of this to like really make them fucking glisten. I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna start with one on everything, and I'll just continue to layer more and more, so that way their eyes are perpetually shiny and weird, as God intended. Yeah, because they have pirate radio and stuff for sure. So there's gotta be some way. There's gotta be some way to make. Here's the thing though, like, I wonder if pirate dial-up is worth it. Like, do you like? I don't know if the thrill will be the same. Like, I know that there's people that are doing like retro like websites and stuff, and like that's pretty cool, where people are like pretty much recreating web rings. I've been aware for years that those exist, but they kind of like mostly seem like they're just kind of teenage girls doing their own thing. And like, good for them. I really don't want to spend my time online with teenage girls. That sounds awful. That sounds, as a grown man, the less time I spend with teenage girls, the best. But like, maybe that could also just be a misconception that I think a lot of times the ones that get shown off are the ones that are very like aesthetic. Maybe people doing like less aesthetic ones are kind of doing more like general purpose, I guess. I don't know. Best way to say that. No. Listen, you know, if you want to do it right, you say you were the, and then you put like a bunch of empty space, and then you put the best in a panel at the bottom after like many pixels, or you make it into like a GIF or something like that. Dad shudder in fear. I don't think it's a fear thing. It's just like, you know, I think there's groups that deserve their own privacy, and for me, I do not want to interact with teenagers online. And unfortunately, they're just allowed to be on Twitter, and that makes me sad. Yeah, so it's funny, as far as I can tell, there's not like a web ring, but I do know a decent amount of VTubers that have like retro websites. Like I know Alice Sawyer does, because of course she does, because Alice Sawyer's fucking cracked. Alice Sawyer's one of, like Alice Sawyer's a cool lady in terms of like what she does, but like in terms of just like an artist VTuber, Alice Sawyer's probably my favorite. She does the most buck wild shit and she draws like a monster. She has several prints and I own all of them. They're really, really good. I have them framed. But it's like she has one, KK has one. I feel like there's a couple of others. I'm sure if I like check around, I'd probably find a decent collective of VTubers that have like individual retro style websites, but I don't think they've ever like said, oh, Yoro I think has one as well. I think really just somebody needs to be like, we should just connect those into a web ring. And like, you know, I know enough HTML, I can make one. I kind of just also like the idea of having a blog, to be fair though. I really like blogging as a platform. I just don't really do any of it because where the fuck will I find time for everything else? But like, you know, could be neat. Doing the gloss real thick because I want this to be real fucking shiny. I want all these garlics to be like looking like they're on the verge of tears. And so far I think I'm selling that. Also, this paint is thick as shit. Like it's clogging my brush actively right now. Oh, you should. Yoro's great. Yoro's fantastic. Yoro's one is like, there's something about like out and proud Yumejos that I also find fascinating, and Yoro's definitely one of them. It's like her and Kimmy Spice are sort of like my go-to mental image for like, these are Yume Joshi. They like to wild out in a way that I'm just like, you know what? Fuck yeah, let's go. Fuck yeah, get stun locked by your Scrimblow. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I guess there's some RSS aggregators still exist, probably. I don't know. I'm no longer as confident that they do. I would like to do like a vampire campaign again. I've floated the idea to some people and like it just hasn't gotten super far beyond that. I was saying that Alice Sawyer is for me, she's like, in terms of like a VTuber artist, I find her supreme. She's just super good. Like as somebody whose like art is trapped in this realm that's really hard to transfer over to VTubing, for me, Alice is the pinnacle of aesthetics. Her and Picky, in terms of like, I'm a VTuber with a look, I have everything that matches that look, and it's really, really, really bananas. It's really good. Wait, Bo? No, Bo? Blanking on names right now. Probably because I'm like deep in the sauce. I saw something in the painting. Oh, Bodega! Yeah, I do need to ask her on that. I think Bodega would be doing really good in a vampire session, actually. I do need to reach out. There's a bunch of people I need to reach out. I also want to do more Lancers still. More Lance. So I picked up the book for the trade baronies, and I have not gotten a huge amount of time to read it, but I was starting to read it, and like I've been feeling it. I crave the campaign. If I do nothing else in 2026, like I usual like would like big number stuff like that. I really need to get another campaign going. I really need to get another. I'm losing my goddamn mind. I need to do another VTuber campaign. I keep getting close. But then like, so like the last one I think I really attempted that was starting to get some. I was doing a Changeling the Lost campaign set in 1960s Haight Ashbury, like during like the death whale of the hippie movement. Ooh, also like it's for like what was it in? I don't know actually. So whenever I do, a lot of times when I'm doing campaigns, I do collaborative world building with the players. So like I'll have a system in mind, but I actually don't typically have a setting until I figure out what they're into. How you doing, Varag? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. Though today, I'm painting some funky lads, some funky turnip lads. I mean, they're garlic lads, but they're for Turnip28s. I can show you the garlic lads that are farther along in a quick sec. This like little bulby eye thing. There we go. Yeah, I got a bunch of, these are the little guys who are sort of like the secondary part of today. But the big boys are these ones. Them. We got this guy. their eyes are still drying. I put a lot of gloss medium on there, so they're gonna look like really teary and shiny for a bit until that really like coalesces. It's hard to do it though. Like you can start. One layer is going pretty good. I want to wait for it to fully dry, and then I do want to try more though. Yeah, I got a bunch of garlic lads. Oh no, like I would love to play in a game of Bodega. Bodega's rad as shit. Bodega is a very cool rat. That would be neat. But yeah, I was trying to do a changeling game set in Haight-Ashbury, but like unfortunately the Great Beast life got in the way. Like one of the players had like a really bad family situation that kind of like derailed it, and just they were just gone so long that like the momentum of the game just kind of vanished. So it just kind of turned from it was a fun one shot effectively, but I really wanted to do a campaign. It kind of is. So I as a VTuber, doing stuff with VTubers is just kind of what I do. Like it's part of the thing. And like I would love to have a consistent campaign, but it's a big ask as well. Where it's like, hey, you're an online person that's busy doing a lot of online person things. Would you like to dedicate like regular time? Like that's why the original vampire campaign was monthly. Because monthly was actually I also needed to do the flesh on the bottom of these guys. Like monthly was a pretty decent fit for stuff like that. And that's probably what I would still need to do if I did another full campaign. But like, it's like doing something with even a quicker, like monthly is still very hard. Anything shorter than monthly is basically impossible. Now, if I had like a group, maybe like this is like I like being an indie. I don't really have any like belief that I will stop being an indie anytime soon, unless like a real spicy corp with an adoption clause maybe comes through, maybe, but probably not. But the idea of having like a group for that. Yeah, that's why I kind of want to do that's why I do so many one shots, and that's why like I do things that like have some carryover maybe, but are still kind of independent because it's tricky. Yeah, it's because like you guys know. Also, Frank, enjoy your lurk, yo. Enjoy your lurk. Also, I'm giving these guys like actual like meaty flesh bits because I think that'd be fun. But like that's already hard to do with like regular players. That's already a difficult ask. I mean, you would think, but a lot of it is like, I mean, you got time zones, but also I think the big thing is like, it's gonna sound weird. It's kind of a selfish ask. And like, like a lot of people, and like sometimes this also might just be overthinking things a lot, but it is like, hey, you're somebody who regularly does things online. I want you to take time away from that and go to my online thing. It takes a bit. It takes a bit, and like some it can be a big ask for people. They're like, well, I have a weekly schedule, or like I have a schedule that's very rigid, and that kind of fitting in can be tricky. Yeah, the new shared chat feature is I did not think to do that during the last Lancer campaign. I did not think to do it. We had a good crowd anyway. Everyone still showed up. I did that. It's fine. But yeah, no, I'm like I said, I'm willing to bet that some of my hangups are just like me having to deal, like, I think I'm a relatively mentally sane VTuber, but I'm not going to act like the worms don't exist to some degree, I'll always a bit of overthinking, get a little bit of self-doubt in there, not a crazy amount. I still function, I still put games together, but it's like, it can exist to some degree. I don't know. I've only done a shared chat once with Elmantis, and it worked out pretty well. I think you can go up to like 4 or 5. I think you can do up to 4 or 5 people, but they also have to be streaming at the same time. Oh god, fucking Ronan as Grandma Gritty. Holy shit. I was not expecting horny grandma when she's like, here's my character. She's like, okay, I'm gonna be a criminal grandma, and you're like, ha, Olay criminal, nice. But then like during session, like, the only thing I love more than doing crime is riding dick. And just like, I mean, she didn't actually say that line, but that was just kind of what was going on. I was like, huh. Fuck yeah, let's go. Buck wild. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. That's why it's, at least to me, when it comes just to being an online dude, My apex goal is to eventually become like Red Letter Media. I love the Red Letter Media setup. I love just doing a thing with my buds and like having a steady crew with their own strengths and weaknesses and stuff like that. That is the part that I think the brain longs for Corpo, for that in particular. Or something like that, yeah. Oh, camera finally froze. Like, oh, Run's fucking great. Run's fucking great. I've been realizing that I've definitely been like keen towards like the same, although I'm fixing that, to the same group of hags as of late, and I'm not even like really that bummed by it. Like all the hags I end up rating are like really, really great. Fuckers. Yeah, not our first time riding a worm, and then the later the perfect set, like callback to a joke, and it's like, this is not the last, like, this continues to not be the last worm you'll ride today, stuff like that. Yeah, they're all hags. Ari's usually not on at this hour, and that's fine. She's more of an afternoon streamer, and like, yeah, that's cool. Hell yeah. Understandable that it's been harder to catch her as of late, because during the afternoon, I don't work during that. Oh yeah, no, it's a very classy older lady look. Like it's like I think she mentioned like hot wine ants, and I can see it. Like she's kind of got that look with that outfit of like she's an ant, but she doesn't got kids. Got like a little spicy. She's got all that free money, so she's using it to have some fun. I had an aunt and uncle who had no kids, and they spent their money on kinds of shit. I remember like going to a family reunion, and they're like giving these plates out. Like, what's this? They're like, these are Himalayan salt plates. They season your food naturally as you eat from it. And I was like, oh. I remember being a child, like pretty young, and I was like, you don't need kids. Like, that was the most Shinzo Abe my body has ever been. I'm like, I'm glad you're all having fun, but I feel like you've reached a point where like you've ran out of fun. There's no more fun left. You need something else, please. Yeah, I'm trying to, I don't know why, for some reason the bottom of the bulbs, I like the idea there's like a fleshy component, which is what I'm doing right now. The other ones did not have. No. Yeah, socialite feel, yeah, something like that, yeah. In a fight, Grandma? In a fight, and Grandma's just like wiggling her eyes, and she's like giving one of the party members just hold on to my teeth. Like, why? I don't need them where I'm going. Okay. He needs to change, fair. I mean, I also can't give that much shit. I am a grown childless man who is painting little plastic toys, so look at me throwing all these rocks in this glass house of mine. No, hey, listen, Robert, listen. In my household, you say ass. None of this fucking Gen A talk. We say ass here, like God intended. It's not even like a real Christian thing. I just like, I don't know. I'm tired of seeing like goofy unks or whatever. I'm like, please say full words or I will hit you with this rake. Not enough to cause harm, but enough to jostle you slightly. Yeah, I will be buried like an Egyptian pharaoh, and it's gonna be pretty nice. It's gonna be pretty legit. Yeah. I mean, the idea that I've heard that it is slang derived from getting around TikTok censorships is kind of neat. Like, I do, like, on like an abstract, like, yeah, cyberpunk level, the idea of, like, you gotta change your lingo to get around the censors so you can say what you want, man. But it's just people just saying, like, dog water. Fuck, okay. At least use Cockney rhyming slang. Yeah, unalive. I can see unalive. I can understand because I feel like that's one that like anytime that kind of stuff does show up, you do get hit with like. There's a lot of songs I like to listen to with that subject, and then every time YouTube is like, "Hey, buddy, listen, do you need help? We've paused the music that you've listened to 8 million times, and you know you continue to be a healthy individual. But if you need help, and like I understand conceptually what that's there for." But man, please, I just want to listen to my sad song. I'm perfectly happy and healthy. Sometimes it's hard to find folk punk music that's not sad. Please just stop doing this. Could I fill out a form that says I'm feeling good? Can I fill out the feel good ink form? I don't know. Please just let me do that. Super slide. I'm okay with that one. That at least that one I find is fun, but it's like, man, the fucking just saying ah instead of ass. I think that what bothers me is that ass is like one of the tamest. Actually, Mountain Goats usually doesn't get censored. Yeah, Mountain Goats is the one I do listen to a lot. I do listen to like a lot of AJJ, Mountain Goats, Days and Days, stuff like that. Yeah, my rule of ass. The first rule of Thussaladun. Ass. There we go. Oh, I mean, she should. Mountain Goats are great to sing drunk. Like, for me, especially AJJ are songs that like I like to yell, sing when I'm cleaning my house. And I hope you die. And I hope we both die. It's the best. See, I think like early AJJ is where it's really at. I could go off the deep end. I could kill all my best friends. See, like that kind of stuff. Like the nice thing about early AJJ is that the less coherent you are when you sing it, the better. Actually, I did think today I haven't done a karaoke stream in a while. I haven't done that in a hot minute. Yeah, the Bible can say it. TikTokers, yeah, they talk about riding ass for so long in the Bible. I mean, they're referring to donkeys, I think, but like, you know. But yeah. I like Mountain Goats is fun. I've also found they did apparently call like the Lakeside Sessions or something like that from the Mountain Goats. And it's really funny because they're singing No Children. And at the very end, they're like, you know, this is the first time we've like played this song and like everybody's sober and no one was like crying. And they're even joking about this probably sounds like out of tune. I think we're too slow. Because it was a live performance. I really like it. I really like the performance. But it's definitely when they're like playing it as like old men live, it probably hits way different than playing it as like younger men in a recording studio or at like a small venue. Jesus ride ass into Jerusalem. Hell yeah, brother. How you doing, Balric? Didn't know it was a band too. Oh, you should. The Mountain Goats is legitimately a good band. What would you say is my favorite Mountain Goats song? Foreign Objects really good. I like Foreign Objects. No Children is a classic. I also think that's funny. So this is how out of touch was. I know a couple of like Zoomer VTubers, and they're like, man, I love this Mountain Goat song. I'm like, shit. And I think I saw something where I was like, they were like, this is like, apparently it was popular on TikTok for a while. And I was like, people on TikTok like the Mountain Goats? And she was like, my guy, that's like, it is, Dr. Dawkins. Nice here. It was just like straight up, I was like, oh no, okay. I'm actually so out of touch that I'm not aware that the youth is actually listening to music I enjoy. Oh, it's fun. Lakeside View is also a really good Mountain Goat song if you want to be sad. I used to listen to it, like, it's weird. So, like, I'm in, like, a relatively balanced point in my life, but, like, I found that, like, when I was really, really low, there was a lot of, like, listening to folk punk as, like, a depressive sort of thing. And sometimes I still get in that mood, just, like, a reminiscing mood for that kind of thing. Oh, God. So, I'm going to put another gloss layer on all the boys. But I want you, like, once I get this little bit, I want you to know that the gloss worked beautifully. It is everything that I wanted with this. It's so good. I get this goofy, gooey underside, fleshy bits. I used, what's it called? I used, like, oh yeah, so I should explain. The garlic bulbs are 3D printed. The eyes are made of pearl stickers, like little like fake pearls that you stick on the things. This is armature wire for the legs, cork, and like texture paste for the base. More or less the same deal for these guys, but bigger bulb, and I use some like tree branches instead. Look how shiny, look how... I mean, I usually use gloss in the context of slime, but not like gloss on a singular point on the model. Like, look at him. He's concerned, and that's what I'm gonna put. Yeah, so these were specifically it's funny, these are probably like the least miniature like miniatures I put together. Like these are basically like almost more like a movie prop that I put together, which has been fun. And the fact that I will be running them in Turnip28 is very enjoyable to me. It's gloss. Right, a little bit. I'll put like another layer of gloss on everybody, and then I'm gonna need to retire from it. Good. Let's take a look at all the lads. Oh, perfect. Let's fucking go. And yeah, I saw from the mold thing that he likes to do like 3 layers of the shit to like really make them look like. I think it's because like the more layers you put, the more body you add to the thing that the eyes you're glossing, which I think is exactly what I want. Oh yeah, no, these guys, I definitely, these guys felt more like terrain when I was painting them today. I will 100% say that. Because they kind of are. So, in Turnip, there is a cult called The Swelling, which is like a variant army. The idea is that you put like this big thing in the board. This is still drying, but this is their board. They're gonna like sit on top of it. And over the course of the game, that thing will sprout like gigantic roots that will spread all over the board. And basically like anything it touches will have a chance of like gaining panic tokens. And if they try to move over it, it might swallow them. So it's like kind of like an all-encompassing sort of like monster that's like part terrain, part mini. And the little guys are going to be models that actually move around the board. These guys are going to sit in the center. Yeah, oh yeah, these guys actually ain't seeing shit. Yeah, especially when it's like in this stage too, where it's like the gloss isn't dried yet. Oh god, yeah, the fucking horseshoe crab farm that I pulled up a while ago. So yeah, these guys definitely did get painted a lot in a way that does feel like terrain. Because functionally they are. I also want to use, usually the swelling, a lot of people will take like the thing in the middle and make it really big and thick, but it's like, it is a terrain piece. Models are supposed to move over it to some degree, which is why I magnetized that board so I can remove the garlics and put them on and off. I also want to use them as tokens. There's another army where you can get a catapult that you can launch models onto the board. And I figured the garlic bowls would be good for that. I will eventually be making a garlic catapult, like little thing. That's another model that's going to be like part diorama, part actual model. I'm very excited about that. I'm very excited about that. You guys are, I'm pretty much done actually. Like the swelling stuff. So all the tentacles. I could actually. I'm gonna put this last little bit of gloss on, and I'm just gonna grab a couple of those, just so you guys, because I've been talking about the tentacles, but I haven't actually shown what they look like. It do be getting a little late, but I still got some time. The nice thing about starting early is if I need to take a little bit more time, Be nice. Put that on here. Put that on here. All right. I'm gonna go limp for like 1 sec. I'm gonna grab a tentacle. BRB. I got it. Yippee. That's on the table. I'll explain. Hey, Trophy. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. How you doing? Sorry, I was gone for a brief sec to grab some tendrils. How you doing? How you doing? If you do not know me already, I'm Howard the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety, and I'm painting weird little garlic guys today. Heads. Also a bunch of itty bitty ones, but they're still very, these ones still have like quite a bit of work to do. But they're like pretty far along. I feel pretty good about those. This is me, the overlord of time. Fucking nerd. So yeah, so these are the tentacles. These are still very early in the process. The cabling for all of these is, I found like a big, this is like a Michaels or something like that. Or maybe I got this on Amazon, I don't know. It's like threaded wire that has this kind of like rustic kind of feel to it. I'll drink water, don't worry. So I glued this onto these bases. These are 1x4 inch like bits of foam board. I did a layer of thinned out glue, so these are hard. It's like they're actually like relatively sturdy. And then this is spackling on the edges. The goal now is I need to take like a sandpaper, sand all the edges, maybe put some like little, maybe put some like cork or something like that, and then paint this to look sort of like this as like a consistent thing. And then these guys will be fully ready to use. But this is like a functional state right now. And it's all good. I'm actually getting off for tonight too, because it is alas a doobie times. Let's go to the chatting screen, everyone. Go to the chatting screen. All right. Yeah, I have a lot of Kunai songs on my playlist. I like your stuff. Hey, thanks for coming, everybody. I had a lot of fun. Schedule-wise. Tomorrow, I haven't put it in the Discord, but for movie night, we are going to be watching Warriors of Virtue 2. Oh shit! Thank you, Dakafaka. Thank you. All these donations are very nice. These are going into the like fuck. I had to pay for car repairs fund. I do appreciate it. Thank you. We will, and I will celebrate that by in the Discord. We're going to be watching an awful movie. This one looks shittier than the first one by like a wide margin. I'm very excited. Then on Thursday, I'm going to be doing some more painting. Specifically, I'm going to be painting a big Robo Rat. And then on Saturday, I will be playing Alice, American Miggy's Alice, which I'm very excited about. I have been meaning to play this game for years. And then on Sunday, I will be painting the terrain I was working on last Sunday because I'm not done. I like to finish a project. Hey, thank you, Notes, for coming. Yeah. I'm going to cut the YouTube people loose. Take it easy. Bye, YouTube people. Bye-bye. And who is...